Good evening. I'm going to call this meeting to order. It is the regular council meeting of April 22nd, 2026. This meeting was advertised pursuant to the New Jersey Open Public Meetings Act. Adequate notice was placed in the official publications for the Township of Monroe, i.e. the South Jersey Times, Courier Post, and the Sentinel of Gloucester County. A copy of that notice is posted on the bulletin board at the municipal complex. Please note the clerk has placed a sign-in sheet at the rear of the courtroom. If anyone would like to address council during the public portion, please sign in, raise your hand, and I will ask you to come forward to the microphone. Kindly state your name and the town that you live in for the record. In addition, please note that this meeting is currently live streaming on the Township's YouTube channel in accordance with Ordinance 056-2024. A link for the copy of this recording will also be posted on the Township's website for the public to view at their convenience. Please all rise for the salute to the flag and remain standing for the invocation.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
God, thank you for the opportunity to serve the people of our town. Help us to act with character and conviction. Help us to listen with understanding and goodwill. Help us to speak with charity and restraint and give us a spirit of service. Remind us that we are stewards of your authority. Guide us to be the leaders your people need. Help us to see the humanity and dignity of those that we disagree with and treat all persons, no matter how weak or poor, with the reverence your creation deserves. And finally, Father, renew us with the strength of your presence and the joy of helping to build a community worthy of a human person. We ask this as your sons and daughters, confident in your goodness and love. Amen.
Okay, we're going to start this evening with recognition for the 2025, roll call. Look, I jumped way ahead. Sorry. Madam Clerk, roll call.
Council President, Mrs. Adams.
Here.
Mr. Cope.
Here.
Mrs. Fox.
Here.
Mr. Heverly.
Here.
Council Vice President, Mr. O'Reilly.
Here.
Mr. Rossi is excused. Mr. Valentine.
Here.
Mayor Wolf.
Here.
Deputy Mayor Kurz.
Here.
Solicitor, Mrs. Grace.
Here.
Business Administrator, Mr. Dehart.
Here.
Director of Code Enforcement, Mr. Sebastian.
Here.
Director of Community Affairs, Mrs. Park, is excused. Director of Parks and Recreation, Mr. Bruno, is excused. Director of Public Safety, Mr. Rump, is excused. Director of Public Works, Mr. Dokes, is excused. Director of Real Estate, Ms. Bosatsky, is excused. Chief Financial Officer, Ms. Boyer.
Here.
Police Chief McBride.
Here.
Gavin. And myself, Municipal Clerk Eileen Chiselko.
Okay, thank you. Now moving on to presentations. We will begin with recognition for 2025 and 2026 for Gloucester County the Gloucester County Teachers Recognition Program award recipients. Mayor and I will come forward, and then also after we will have a short recess so that family may have an opportunity to take photos.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome. This is a great night to be here. Tonight we have our Superintendent of Public Schools, Dr. McBride, with us. Tonight's a very special night for many of our educators. Each and every year we look forward to this to recognize all of our teachers do an outstanding job throughout the school year educating our children, but some go above and beyond, and they are recognized this evening as Teachers of the Year. So as I call each of you up, can you come up and we will read a certificate of recognition and take a photo with Dr. McBride, and then afterwards we'll have some family photos if some members of their family want to come up. But Ms. Sharon Gentry. Sure. Are there building principals here for Roy Hall? Okay.
Most of them.
So Ms. Gentry is a Roy Hall Elementary School teacher, and Be it known that the mayor and council of the Township of Monroe in the county of Gloucester and the state of New Jersey hereby awards the certificate of recognition to Sharon Gentry, Whitehall Elementary School recipient of the Gloucester County Teachers Recognition Program Award for the 2025 and 2026 school year, presented this 22nd day of April 2026, signed by myself as mayor, our council president, Ms. Adams, our council vice president, Mr. Patrick O'Reilly, Councilman Brian Cope, Councilwoman Carolyn Fox, Councilman Donald Heverly, Councilman Al Rossi, and Councilman John Valentine. Once again, congratulations for all the great work that you do, not only for our community, but for each and every child that you touch. So thank you and congratulations. So next up, we have Michelle McGilligan. Is the building principal here? Ms. Sanfilippo. Ms. McGreen is a Oak Knoll Elementary School recipient, or school teacher. Be it known that the mayor and council of the Township of Monroe in the county of Gloucester and the state of New Jersey hereby awards a certificate of recognition to Michelle McGreen, Oak Knoll Elementary School recipient of the Gloucester County Teachers Recognition Program Award for the 2025-2026 school year, presented this 22nd day of April 2026. Again, congratulations and thank you for all you do for the community and for your school children. Next up, Mr. Kurt Snape. Mr. Snape is a Holly Glen Elementary School teacher. Be it known that the mayor and council of the Township of Monroe in the county of Gloucester and the state of New Jersey hereby awards his certificate of recognition to Kurt Snape, Holly Glen Elementary School recipient of the Gloucester County Teachers Recognition Program Award for the 2025 and 2026 school year, presented this 22nd day of April 2026. Again, congratulations for all you do for our community. Next up, Mrs. Barbara Barrett. Ms. Barrett is a Radix Elementary School teacher. Be it known that the mayor and council of the Township of Monroe in the county of Gloucester and the state of New Jersey hereby awards a certificate of recognition to Barbara Barrett, Radix Elementary School recipient of the Gloucester County Teachers Recognition Program Award for the 2025 and 26 school year, presented this 22nd day of April of 2026. Again, congratulations. Working our way up. Miss Jennifer McCartney. Miss McCartney is a Williamstown Middle School teacher. Be it known that the mayor and council of the Township of Monroe in the county of Gloucester and the state of New Jersey hereby awards a certificate of recognition to Jennifer McCartney, Williamstown Middle School recipient of the Gloucester County Teachers Recognition Program Award for the 2025-2026 school year, presented this 22nd day of April of 2026. Congratulations. Last but not least, our Williamstown High School recipient, Jeremy Fowl. Again, Mr. Fowl is a Williamstown High School teacher. Be it known that the mayor and council of the Township of Monroe in the county of Gloucester and the state of New Jersey hereby awards a certificate of recognition to Jeremy Fowl, Williamstown High School recipient of the Gloucester County Teachers Recognition Program, award for the 2025-2026 school year, presented this 22nd day of April 2026. Again, congratulations.
How you feeling? Ready?
Once again, big round of applause. Recognition well deserved. And we thank our school district. We thank all the teachers, especially the ones that were recognized this evening, for doing all the great work they do with our youth here in Monroe Township and our students. Thank you. Yeah, we could take a quick recess, a couple minutes. You guys want to take photos? Dr. McBride, anybody with your family or anything?
Okay. I'm going to call the meeting back to order. Next, we move on to matters for discussion. Does anyone on council have any matters that they would like to discuss this evening?
Yes, I would. Last meeting, I had under matters of discussion, a ordinance for appointed elected officials doing contracts with the township. I didn't see that listed.
So, and I believe it's on the record that you and I were to discuss some facets of it. I'd asked you to also reach out to me. I didn't receive any calls or communications. And it's also, first reading of it would go on an ordinance meeting, right?
Okay, I'll reach out to you now. I had a minor heart procedure done on last Wednesday, so.
Yeah,
So Monday or Tuesday.
okay, not a problem.
All right, that was it.
Okay. Anyone else have anything they'd like to discuss this evening? Seeing none, moving on to questions regarding resolutions scheduled for this evening. Is there anyone on council that has any questions regarding resolutions?
Yes, I do. Let me see. Resolution 175-2026. Okay. Is this project still 206 residential units and 30,000 square foot of commercial space, or has it changed?
Adam?
Still the same? Okay. Does the redevelopment agreement include a financial incentive, abatement, pilot, structure, or township obligations?
I don't believe the redevelopment agreement has fully, sorry. You're talking about 175, 2026?
175-2026, yes.
Hi, Tom. Adam, I don't believe so, right? No,
No, High Top has not reached that.
not for High Top.
They're discussing that.
What's that?
The development has not reached that point yet in a redeveloper's agreement, discussing that. They're-
Right.
Okay.
It doesn't contemplate that now.
Correct.
Yeah.
And no application has been submitted for same.
So, let me see. What are the environmental constraints, the reference in February 2026 extensions resolution, and how do they change the plan?
Are you still talking about 175?
Yes.
What specific environmental constraints are you asking
There was
about?
mentioned in February 2026, the extension resolution, it had environmental constraints. So I'd like to know what changed, if anything changed in the plans, if they're still there,
What
what were
specific
constraints?
resolution are you asking about? I'm having a hard time understanding.
175-2026.
Correct, but you're referencing an extension resolution, so what resolution is that?
You know what, I didn't write that down. But that was February 2026.
So if you can give me the resolution number, I can certainly look up the resolution and see what that resolution says, but I can't speak without looking at that resolution.
No, I didn't write it down because I had a lot of stuff I was going through. I guess I'll have to get back to that one.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, will the township release a full redevelopment agreement before or at the meeting so residents can review it?
So I believe council members have been provided with a copy because it hasn't been executed and because resolution hasn't passed. It doesn't become public unless it does, and then anyone can obviously submit an Oprah request to view same.
Okay, so that was that. Let me see. All right, Resolution 168-2026. Let's see. I want to briefly address this bill list because many residents may not know exactly what it is. A bill list is the record of the township expenses presented for approval and payment. In plain terms, it shows where taxpayers' dollars are going. That is why it is important. This bill list shows a total of roughly $2.44 million in expenses, but it summarizes under only 7 broad categories: current funds, grants, trust funds, capital funds, off-duty police, payroll agencies, state and federal grants, and developer escrow. That's too general. If we want real transparency, the public should be given a clear, better itemized view of where those dollar figures come from and what they actually being paid. A high-level summary alone is not enough. Bill lists should also be promoted on the municipal website as their own dedicated public finance item, not burying or lump it in with general resolutions. Residents should be able to find them easily, review them clearly, and understand them without having to search through unrelated material. A simple improvement would be to post an underlying spreadsheet as a PDF with segregated and vendor details so taxpayers can see exactly how their money is being spent. Right now, residents are being shown a total, but not enough of the details behind it.
If I can, so I guess I'm confused. You've been on council for 16 months, and this has been done this way the whole time. You get, everybody, council, myself included, gets that itemized bill list 7 days before the council meeting, so that you have everything you're looking at. I guess I'm confused. It almost seems like you don't like the way we've been doing things, the CFO and myself. The way the purchases go in this town, a department head approves the requisition to go in. Their clerk generally puts it in. That's the first approval. It then comes to me as the business administrator for second approval, and then it goes to the CFO for the third approval. This is all public record. I mean, anything that they want to see, they can see. You get an itemized bill broken down, very detailed. I forget how many pages it is that shows all of that. To me, I'm taken back, John. You send me an email because you have a question about trash on somebody's yard, but you don't pick up the phone or send me an email about this.
Well, I had a resident.
We were supposed to be working for the 38,000 people here.
Exactly, and it should, we get that, but is it broke down for the residents to see where every dime is being spent?
It's just like every other record.
But they have to Oprah request that, correct?
I don't know, I guess you'd have to ask Eileen if that's an Oprah request or if that's something that they can get another way, but it's all attached to the resolution that you got. You guys get it a week before the agenda.
I understand what we get. I'm talking about the taxpayers. This should be streamlined nowadays, so people can see exactly what's going on. To me, listen, I wasn't in politics until this township attacked me. The zoning department was weaponized, you came after me and my farm, right? So now here I sit. But see, before I got on and started understanding what goes on here, I would go to look up stuff, you can't find it, it's too difficult. A lot of taxpayers don't know. But hey, we pay a lot of taxes, so I'd like to see where that money goes. I would like them to understand, because it's not really too transparent if you look at it as a point of a taxpayer.
I have no problem if we want to change the procedure, we want to do something like that.
I just want to streamline it, make it a lot easier, so you don't need a PhD to figure out what's going on here.
I don't think that's what you need, because none of us sitting here have PhDs. I don't know if our engineers do, but I know I don't. But at the end of the day, again, I hope we can sit back and take a look at this. I am getting really frustrated coming to these meetings as a taxpayer, as a resident of this town, that we're not serving the 38,000 people we serve. We are politicizing this meeting. This meeting is to run the municipal government. We need to remember that. We all took an oath. We all have a job to do. I get it. Listen, you guys want to have a debate, you want to have throw down outside of here, let's run the town and be fair to these people. I'm sure a lot of people here probably feel the same way I do. But can we please run the town and work together? I don't care if you're an R, a D, an I, or whatever. Let's just work together. That's what we were doing until a couple months ago.
I'm trying to streamline it so everybody can see what's going on. We pay a lot of taxes here. We pay a lot of taxes here. And it looks like we're going to start paying a lot more taxes here.
Why is that?
Okay, so everybody should know where every dime goes.
100%, and that's why there is...
I don't know why I asked you to streamline it for people to be able to see it, why it's a problem now. It's political. It's not political. Okay. It's just being transparent so everybody sees what's going on. That's how we got in this whole Hexa deal.
We are following local public contract laws. If you guys want to change the policy, change your policy.
I'm just saying, let's let the people see what's going on, where their money's being spent.
It's there. We can't put every document that we have online.
If you're spending one dime, the people should know where it's going.
100%, they absolutely have the right to that.
So every document, you shouldn't make it harder through all these Oprah requests. Why not just put it on a website?
In 22 years that I've been doing this job with this town and a couple other towns, nobody has ever asked for the backup on a bill run. Nobody. They're more than welcome to have it. We're not doing anything wrong.
That's okay. I'm used to being the bad guy. You know, I don't belong up here, but here I am.
it. We're moving on. Anyone else have any
Oh,
questions?
yeah, I'm not done yet.
No, you're fine.
Do you have more questions about resolutions?
Yes, I have one more for, oh, no, that's ordinance. I have one more resolution up here. No, that was it for resolutions.
Order in this courtroom. Order in this council meeting. Is that clear? Thank you. Thank you. John, another question about a resolution?
No, resolutions I'm good with.
You're good with resolutions?
Yes, thank you.
Anyone else have any questions regarding resolutions? Okay. Moving on to questions regarding ordinances scheduled for this evening.
Yes, I do. So on ordinance 26, 2026, I just have a couple questions. How many current or likely bidders will be excluded by this apprenticeship PLA requirements?
So just a quick question. We're on 26, 2026? That's up for first reading tonight?
Yes.
Okay, so
26,
that ordinance is amending the definition of a public works project.
Okay.
It's not amending any requirements. That ordinance amends the public works project definition as per state law
Okay.
and state definitions. So that doesn't include or exclude really anybody, that just further refines
So,
what a public works project is.
okay, by us amending it, does it save the taxpayers any money?
You
Does it
said
lower the cost of anything?
2026, that's the Hexa Builders redevelopment plan. You guys
So,
have
no,
ordinance and stuff.
26, 2026.
26, I can speak to that.
That's the one amending the definition for public works projects.
22, 2026?
26.
No, 26, ordinance 26, 2026.
Okay.
Very last. Aye.
John, what was your final question? John?
Yeah, I don't understand what the question is.
Well, I was trying to figure out what we're changing, if it's going to add any cost to it, if it's going to exclude anybody.
Just the cost that it's taking us to talk about it. It's a definition amendment for a public works project. There's nothing else that's being changed.
Okay.
In reviewing the ordinance, I recognize that the definitions were not in line with what's been changed statutorily and via the state and what a public works project is. So you'll find that the only boldings and underlines are for the definitions for public works project in that ordinance.
Okay, that's good. So I have another one for 25, 2026. So on April 22nd, the council meeting, let me see, that's here. Does the township believe Hexic has any vested approval or redevelopment agreement rights left after this goes through? I mean, I'm trying to figure out if we're going to get sued over this. So what we're trying to do, if you look at this here, the ordinance, it's in here somewheres, we're talking about prohibition and we're talking about regulated at the same sentence, which are two different things.
So you're referring to the ordinance prohibiting data centers within the township, correct? That's
Correct.
25, 2026. And I think where you and I had left off also on the record is that you were indicating there were other ordinances or potential loopholes in this ordinance, and I'd indicated, please let us know what you thought those were. We took a break. I think we came back and none were mentioned. What is the exact issue with this ordinance that you take issue with right now?
If you look at it, but every time I mentioned, I think there might be a loophole, I get a personal attack.
What is that
But
loophole, though?
if
I'm
you
asking
look at
for
this,
my
right,
knowledge.
It has in here where it's prohibited, right, and then it's regulated, the same thing. So what are we doing? Are we trying to regulate it, the data center?
Where-
Or are we trying to
What are you referencing specifically?
where it's at?
I have a copy, I have a physical copy of the ordinance.
Yeah,
Would you
I'm
like
looking at it
that?
right now, I thought I had it marked up. Where's this other one?
I only see the word prohibited so far in
Well,
section
it's got,
C.
it has it in here,
Top of the first page, the second to last paragraph.
which one was that?
Second to last paragraph on the first page.
And that was 2526 or 2526, right? Last page.
First page.
First page.
Second to last paragraph. Related issues.
So that reads, whereas the Township Council has determined that it is in the best interest of the township to prohibit data centers and related uses in order to maintain consistency with the township's master plan, zoning framework, and redevelopment goals. So
Or does it say regulated?
what do you take issue with?
No, there's something else in here.
I believe it was on the second page, section
Oh, yeah, section A, that's right in here, where we regulate and probate at, to me, that's two different meanings.
That is not, no. This is an explicit prohibition on data centers, and
Okay. But what are we
There's-
regulating?
you're regulating by prohibiting it.
Okay.
Yes, Mr. Sebastian?
Yeah, I think you also regulate those that are under 2,000 square feet. That's the regulation.
Well, the distinction for the server rooms that we had brought up, but you can regulate something by prohibiting it.
All right. I'm just looking ahead to see what they're going to come after us about.
Any other items in 2026?
No, I think that's it.
Okay.
Any other questions regarding ordinances scheduled for this evening? Seeing none, moving on to approval of minutes. May I have a motion to approve the minutes for council meeting December 10th, 2025, and the closed executive session, also December 10th, 2025?
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Abstain.
We have no correspondence. Moving on to resolutions. May I have a motion to open public portion for resolutions scheduled?
Motion to open public portion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Anyone wishing to speak on resolutions scheduled for this evening? Seeing none, may I have a motion to close the public portion for resolutions scheduled?
Motion to close.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? We have a motion to bracket resolutions R 168, 2026 through R 179, 2026.
Motion to bracket.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? May I have a motion to approve resolutions R 168 through R 179, 2026?
Motion to approve.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Madam Clerk, I recuse myself from 168, please.
Thank you.
I now turn this portion of the meeting over to Ordinance Council Chairperson, Mr. Heverly.
Thank you, Council President Adams. Ordinances this evening, do I have a motion to open public portion for ordinances scheduled for second reading this evening?
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Anyone wishing to speak on ordinances scheduled for the second reading this evening? Seeing none, do I have a motion to close public portion?
Motion.
Sorry, I think we do have one individual.
For ordinance, yes, second reading, yes, sir. Just state your name and the town you live in for the record.
Sure. Jason Howell, I'm with Pinelands Preservation Alliance. I just want to say, great job listening to your residents, mayor, all of council. It's a super important issue, and I think you've done a thorough job, honestly, in addressing it. So, great work. Thanks.
Thank you.
That was pleasant, thank you. Anyone?
Jason, if I could just say thank you for the conversation following the meeting. Thank you.
Not seeing anyone else, do I have a motion to close public portion?
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it. Ordinance 17-2026, an ordinance of the Township Council of the Township of Monroe to amend Chapter 263 of the Code of the Township of Monroe entitled Tree Removal and Replacement. Second reading and public hearing. Do I have a motion to approve?
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Roll call vote.
Okay. Mr. Cope?
Yes.
Mrs. Fox? Yes. Mr. Heverly?
Yes.
Mr. O'Reilly?
Yes.
Mr. Rossi is absent. Mr. Valentine?
Yes.
Mrs. Adams?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Ordinance 18-2026, an ordinance of the Township Council of the Township of Monroe to amend Chapter 74 of the Code of the Township of Monroe entitled Fees. Second reading and public hearing. Do I have a motion to approve?
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Roll call vote.
Mr. Cope?
Yes.
Mrs. Fox? Yes. Mr. Heverly?
Yes.
Mr. O'Reilly?
Yes.
Mr. Rossi is absent. Mr. Valentine?
Yes.
Mrs. Adams?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Ordinance 20-2026, an ordinance of the Township Council of the Ordinance of the Township of Monroe to amend the Hexa Builders redevelopment plan, eliminating data centers and related uses pursuant to NJSA 40A:12A-14. Second reading and public hearing. Motion to approve?
Motion.
Second.
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 All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Roll call vote.
Mr. Cope?
Yes.
Mrs. Fox? Yes. Mr. Heverly?
Yes.
Mr. O'Reilly?
Yes.
Mr. Rossi is absent. Mr. Valentine?
Yes.
Mrs. Adams?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Ordinance 21-2026, an ordinance of the Township Council of the Township of Monroe to amend Chapter 74 of the Code of the Township of Monroe entitled Fees. Second reading and public hearing. Motion to approve?
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Roll call vote.
Mr. Cope?
Yes.
Mrs. Fox? Yes. Mr. Heverly?
Yes.
Mr. O'Reilly?
Yes.
Mr. Rossi is absent. Mr. Valentine?
Yes.
Mrs. Adams?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Ordinance 22-2026, an ordinance of the Township of Monroe amending the Code of the Township of Monroe to amend Chapter 4, Article 7, and with a new section related to project labor agreements. Second reading and public hearing. Do I have a motion to approve?
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Roll call.
Mr. Cope?
Yes.
Mrs. Fox? Yes. Mr. Heverly?
Yes.
Mr. O'Reilly?
Yes.
Mr. Rossi is absent. Mr. Valentine?
Yes.
Mrs. Adams?
Yes.
Motion carries.
23-2026, an ordinance of the Township Council of the Township of Monroe to amend Chapter 4 of the Code of the Township of Monroe entitled Administrative Code. Second reading and public hearing. Do I have a motion to approve?
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Roll call.
Mr. Cope?
Yes.
Mrs. Fox? Yes. Mr. Heverly?
Yes.
Mr. O'Reilly?
Yes.
Mr. Rossi is absent. Mr. Valentine?
Yes.
Mrs. Adams?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Ordinance 24-2026, an ordinance of the Township Council of the Township of Monroe to amend Chapter 175-163.4 of the Code of the Township of Monroe entitled Cannabis. Second reading and public hearing. Do I have a motion to approve?
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Roll call.
Mr. Cope?
Yes.
Mrs. Fox? Yes. Mr. Heverly?
Yes.
Mr. O'Reilly?
Yes.
Mr. Rossi is absent. Mr. Valentine?
Yes.
Mrs. Adams?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Ordinance 25-2026, an ordinance of the Township of Monroe, Gloucester, or County of Gloucester, State of New Jersey, amended Chapter 175 of the Code of the Township of Monroe to add a new section 175-163.5 entitled Data Centers, prohibiting data centers within the township. Second reading and public hearing.
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Roll call vote.
Mr. Cope?
Yes.
Mrs. Fox? Yes. Mr. Heverly?
Yes.
Mr. O'Reilly?
Yes.
Mr. Rossi is absent. Mr. Valentine?
Yes.
Mrs. Adams?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Moving on, thank you. Ordinance 26-2026, an ordinance of the Township Council of the Township of Monroe to amend Chapter 4 of the Code of the Township of Monroe entitled Administrative Code. This is for first reading and publication. Motion to approve.
Motion to approve.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it. I now turn this portion of the meeting back over to Council President Adams. Thank you.
Does anyone on council have any new business they'd like to discuss this evening? Seeing none, does anyone on council have any unfinished business they'd like to discuss this evening? Seeing none, moving on to reports and other matters. Eileen?
Mayor Wolf?
Yes, thank you. Good evening. First and foremost, I would like to thank the members of council for voting to approve ordinances 020-2026 and 025-2026. The ordinances are repealing the data center use from the Hexa redevelopment plan and the ordinance flat out banning data centers here in Monroe Township entirely. Since the January 8th planning board meeting, when this all kind of surfaced, when those initial residents came out to speak out against any possibility of any data centers coming to Monroe Township, our administration here, the council, our professionals, our planning board, they've worked very diligently to get to where we are tonight. This was a process. I know it took some time. I hope everybody understands that it is a process, government. It's a little over 3 months since that date, but we are here. And, we had to ensure this was being done properly, as we said the entire time, and lawfully. The good news is, again, we're here, and we have an actual ban on all data centers in Monroe Township. So I also want to thank you, the residents. I know there were many more a few meetings ago, but I thank all the residents for coming to each of these meetings, spending well over 6 hours at each of the last 3 meetings at least, emailing us, reaching out to us to discuss this issue. Even though at times, meetings were a little tense, maybe got a little heated, they were productive, and they worked. We worked through this. It goes to show you that government does work. It doesn't work as fast as maybe some of us like to, but it works. We heard the voices, and we put a ban in. So congratulations to all of you. Other report, Friday, March 27th, I attended the Unions Trades Day at the Williamstown High School. It is a day where students can explore opportunities and learn a little bit about the trade unions. There were many different trade unions in attendance speaking and providing information to our students at the Williamstown High School. They even had some hands-on training exercises for the students to perform. This is a great day for many of our students who may not want to go to attend a college after they graduate high school. And, they want to explore going in directly into our workforce. So it's a great day. This wasn't only open to the Williamstown High School, this has expanded to other high schools in our county as well. It was all initiated several years ago by our Councilman Don Heverly, who was an elected school board member at the time when he put this program together. But it's been fantastic and just a great turnout that continues to grow. It's fantastic for these students here in Monroe Township. So great job by all those that put that on. Monday, March 30th, we hosted our annual land sale. This is where we sell off any land that the township may own due to tax liens or donated property back to the township. This helps our township in several ways. When we own property, we are paying school tax and county taxes on those properties, and we obviously don't receive any municipal tax from that property because we actually own it. But when we sell these properties off, we then receive not only money for the sale of the property, but we no longer have to pay the school tax or the county tax, and now that person that purchased it, they're paying those taxes, but we're also now receiving taxes. We started this several years back. It's been working very well for the township, but thanks to our BA, our township solicitor, the tax office, the clerk's office, they do a lot of work preparing all these properties for that tax sale each and every year. Tuesday, March 31st, I attended the Gloucester County Mayors Association dinner. I currently serve as the president of the Gloucester County Mayors Association. Obviously, we had a long discussion that evening regarding what is going on in Monroe Township here regarding the data centers, the hot topic of late. But I also personally spoke with many of the mayors that evening, which now you're seeing many towns in Gloucester County are passing some form of ordinance to ban data centers in each of those towns. There was some other business discussed as usual, but nothing really to report on there. Saturday, April 4th, I attended the seniors' coffee with a cop. The police department hosted this event at the Pfeiffer Community Center, where our seniors were able to attend, have coffee with our police officers, and discuss various different topics. It was a very nice day for the seniors there. Also on Saturday, April 4th, I attended the grand opening ribbon cutting ceremony for another new business in Monroe Township. This was at the Kumon Learning Center, located at 1205 South Black Horse Pike, in the shopping center where our CVS is at the end of Main Street, where the Black Horse Pike comes in, so we wish them the very best. Wednesday, April 8th, I attended our monthly ordinance meeting where we moved forward the ordinance to complete the bandana centers. The regularly scheduled council meeting followed where that ordinance was passed for the first reading, and as you saw tonight, it was finalized and formalized with the second reading. Thursday, April 9th, I attended the planning board meeting where that same ordinance, or both ordinances, were reviewed and approved by the planning board to come back to this council tonight for that second reading. So again, as I'm explaining that, it is a process. It has to go through various steps. Tuesday, April 14th, I attended the honor flight at the Williamstown High School. This is a great event where military veterans are welcomed in the early morning hours for breakfast. They are then loaded onto buses and transported to Washington, D.C., where they have a full day planned at the memorial in Washington. The vets are then transported back to Williamstown High School, where they have dinner served for them. The best part is the overwhelming people that are there during their send-off, and then when they welcome them back home, when they come back into the high school. Everyone is cheering for these vets, waving American flags. Our ROTC is there, the high school band was there, and so many other people were there to put this on. One of the vets actually told me that this was one of the best days of his life. Some of these vets, the emotions just come out, and they're crying as they're walking in, as they see the overwhelming welcome back from all the residents that are there. So it's a great event, and I hope that you all get a chance, if you haven't been out there in the future, to attend one of these. It's just a spectacular event, and it's really hits home. Thursday, April 16th, I attended our Melodies on Main Street that just started back up. It looked like this was our biggest crowd yet since this started back in 2025. It brought a lot of foot traffic to Main Street. I know in speaking to some of the business owners right there, they're very happy with the crowds that are there. There's live music, and so many other businesses were able to set up tables and tents to showcase their business, even if they weren't on Main Street, and you can learn a little bit about each of those businesses. But great job, our Economic Development Commission, and all the employees that helped out in putting that on. Other than that, I attended 13 other meetings, officiated one wedding, and I just want to say congratulations to all the teachers of the year that received their recognition earlier this evening. It's well-deserved, and we thank them for their dedication and their service to the children and the students of Monroe Township Public Schools. So great job by them. And that will conclude my report. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Cruz?
Just a short report. Also on April 4th, I attended the senior coffee with a cop, the mayor and some council members. Also the Cuban ribbon cutting and the Cecil Fire Company flower sale. All great events. And on April 14th, I was also present at the return of the honor flight. Also continue to attend the bi-weekly progress meetings for the Williamstown Firehouse, which is nearing conclusion. And that concludes my report.
Thank you. Solicitor Mrs. Grace?
Nothing to report, thank you.
Business Administrator Mr. DeHart?
Nothing to report, thank you.
Director of Code Enforcement Mr. Sebastian?
Yes, I have a quick report. The inspection report for the month of March, Construction Division, buildings were 317, fire 81, electrical 222, plumbing 112, mechanical 61, for a total of 793. Housing Division had 295 inspections, and the Zoning Division's applications reviewed were 177. There were no complaints for that month. And the total for all the divisions was 1,265. Year 2026 total through March was 3,283 with 0 complaints. That completes my report. Thank you.
Thank you. Chief Financial Officer, Ms. Boyer.
No report, thank you.
Police Captain Gavinelli. Mr. Cope.
Yes, this Saturday, April 25th, will be our Autism Awareness Day event. It'll be 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. at the Pfeiffer Community Center. This is a rain or shine event, so they do a great job there. So I hope everyone can come out and check out all the vendors and character appearances. They have snacks and much more. Thank you. That concludes my report.
Thank you. Mrs. Fox.
As the mayor had mentioned, on April 9th, we attended the planning board meeting. Also on the 14th, the honor flight, which again, as the mayor had spoken, that in the future when they have, I think they have another one in November, don't hold me to the date, but it actually is something that for everyone to come out to see. And I'm glad you just spoke about that, Brian, because I wasn't sure if the autism awareness was going or not.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. That concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Heverly.
Yeah, short report. Mayor Wolf already talked about it. On March 27th, our high school hosted, and I was able to attend with a lot of members of council and the mayor, the union trade show that has grown over the years, and I thank the mayor for giving me credit for it, but it all started with a resident. I don't know if she wants me to put her on blast, but Deb DeVerlies grabbed me outside of the library, 5, 6 years ago, and asked, how come we don't have something for students that aren't going to college? And that's how it all got started. I said, I don't know, but we'll look into it. The school board was very gracious, opened up their doors to us, and their local building trades came in, and it was just a great event, which will be followed up this Friday with a personal Q&A with the students where they get to sit down with just our seniors that are going into pick up applications and get a little bit more in-depth and a little bit more one-on-one personal time, which it's grown into a great event. So I just want to thank our school administration and the high school for letting us do that. Also, we attended with the mayor, Brian Cope, and Al Rossi, the Little League, Monroe Township Little League. It was the 75th year anniversary, and it was just a fantastic event. A lot of kids. It looks like it's growing, and I just want to thank them for including us, and it concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Valentine.
I just want to thank the residents for showing up again and your support and with this process. It's the end of my report.
Thank you. Council Vice President, Mr. O'Reilly.
Yeah, I also attended, but he failed to say, because it's near and dear to the Little League.
Sorry, Pat, the Little League. I'm thinking he wasn't at the union trade show.
It
Sorry,
was
Pat.
actually awesome to see. I mean, for those, I was born and raised down on that Little League field since I was a kid, so to just see how large and how many people that attended, it was pretty cool to see. I mean, it's a monster.
They do a good job.
Now. Also, and question for Joe, not to put you on the spot, Joe, regarding the update on the firehouse, I was actually going to ask, do we have a target soft date as of right now? Mid-May?
Wow.
So we'd be able to start moving all the rigs back in operationally, sort of?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Great. Can't wait. That concludes my report. Thank you.
Council President, Mrs. Adams.
Yes, I would like to congratulate all the teachers honored this evening. So congratulations to you. Also had the honor of attending many of the community events with mayor and members of council here. And I encourage you, if you have the time, to take a look to see what is available and to attend some of these events. Monroe Township really does a great job in that area. Also, there are citizen leadership forums available on our website for open spots that we may have on some of our committees and councils. So please take a look at those, and I encourage you to get involved where you can. That concludes my report.
Thank you. This concludes reports
Madam
for this
Clerk, if I
evening.
could just add on the Little League opening day, I just want to recognize two individuals who were honored that day. First, Mr. Nick Fortunato, who served as the Little League president for many, many years. If you've been involved in Little League, you know Nick dedicated his life to that. He started back in 1983 or 84, and retired from Little League, we'll call it, in 2022, I believe. Just fantastic. Started out coaching, rose to president, and they dedicated the building to Nick Fortunato, very well deserved. And his right-hand man, if you know Nick, he had the right-hand man of Mr. Frank Leonetti, who started back in 1983, retired the 2 years after Nick from Little League, but he served on their board as well. He was instrumental in getting the girls softball started. So they named the girls softball field at Church Street after Mr. Leonetti. Just two well-deserved individuals to have that honor, and it was great to be there for them and with them, but just tremendous amount of work that they did for the youth in our township. So I thank them and congratulate them on that honor.
Thank you. This concludes reports for this evening.
Thank you, Eileen.
You're welcome.
May I have a motion to open public portion?
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Is there a list this evening, Eileen, do we know? There's a
I don't
list.
know what's on it.
Oh, we have to see if there's a list.
Sorry, just because those concerns that were expressed of timing and everything, we want to make sure we're just utilizing the list when we have matters for discussion. He has it.
Short list.
Are you reading that email into the record, or do I need to read it? You got it? We can just do it again.
If I may, can I start with a letter that we received?
Sure.
I believe all council was copied on this. It's written by Fatima DaCosta. She's a Williamstown resident. It's regarding the public comment in support of Ordinance O:20-2026 and O:25-2026. Second reading and public hearing, April 22nd, 2026. Dear Mayor Wolf, Clerk Chiselko, and members of the Monroe Township Council. My name is Fatima DaCosta, and I am a resident of the Holly Oaks neighborhood in Williamstown. I wrote to Mayor Wolf and the council in March to share my concerns about the proposed data center development and to urge a thorough independent review of its potential impacts on our community. I am writing again today to express my strong support for ordinances O:20-2026 and O:25-2026, and to respectfully request that this letter be entered into the official public record in lieu of my attendance tomorrow night. When I submitted my earlier letter, I asked council to prioritize the health, safety, and long-term livability of Monroe Township residents, and I am grateful that council has responded with the seriousness this issue deserves. These two ordinances go beyond what many of us hope for, and I believe they reflect responsible community-centered governance at its best. O:20-2026 directly repeals the 2025 zoning amendment that opened the door to this project, removing data centers from the Hexa redevelopment builder's plan entirely. O:25-2026 establishes a permanent township-wide prohibition that closes every remaining avenue a developer might use to bring this type of facility to Monroe Township in the future. Together, they send a clear and lasting message about what kind of community we are and intend to remain. Monroe Township is not alone in this position. This month, the Maine legislature passed a nation's first statewide moratorium on large data centers, a recognition that communities deserve time and transparency before facilities of this scale are approved. Similar measures have been introduced in more than a dozen states, and municipalities across the country have defeated data center proposals in planning and zoning boards votes. Monroe Township's action tonight places it on the right side of a growing national consensus that the burden of proof lies with developers, not with the families who live nearby. I live in the Holly Oaks neighborhood with my family. Our neighborhood sits near Owens Park, the middle school, and the high school. The families here include young children, new parents, and longtime residents, and we deserve to know that our township will protect us from industrial-scale development that is incompatible with residential life. These ordinances do exactly that. I urge every member of council to vote yes on both ordinances tomorrow night. Our community has made its voice heard, and I am confident that council will honor that. With respect and gratitude, Fatima DaCosta, Williamstown, New Jersey.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you. Okay, moving on to public portion. First, we have Everett Davis.
Everett Davis, resident of Williamstown. I'm a resident of the Greens, and I'm here to address the ongoing issues that started when the council prematurely released performance bonds. You didn't just make a bad call, you stripped residents of their only protection while the work was visibly incomplete and in many cases defective. It's not a technical error. This isn't a misunderstanding. That's a breakdown in duty. This is a failure and has your fingerprints all over it. Council members, this is where this goes if you do nothing, and you need to hear it in plain terms. You prematurely released Phase 1 and Phase 2 performance bonds in the Greens, the one tool that guaranteed J.S. Hovnanian and the builder would finish the job correctly. Let's speak plainly. Dozens upon dozens of sidewalk sections are failing because they were either improperly installed or made with inferior cement. Curbs are broken in the development. A wet decorative basin, which is the first impression people get of our community that doesn't hold water and is an eyesore. A dry basin has never been dry. It has been holding several feet of water for years now. These are not hidden defects. These are not engineering debates. These are obvious failures that anyone with eyes can see, and yet you signed off. You released the bonds. So which is it? Did you see these conditions, ignore them, or did you not even bother to verify the work that the bonds required was done before releasing the builder from responsibility? Because those are the only two options, and both are unacceptable. Now let's talk about the most serious issue, the stormwater system. Thousands of feet of underground piping never properly protected during construction as required, now likely filled with construction debris. This wasn't a one-time complaint. It was raised over and over again for 2 years by me while I was a trustee. What happened? A crew came out once and poked holes through the debris instead of removing it. Just recently, the debris was finally cleaned out. But for 2.5 years, the debris was overfilling, present, with water flowing through it, bringing the debris into the system. And several other storm drains were even worse than the one in front of my house. So let's be very clear about what you did. You didn't just overlook a problem, you removed the only leverage that would have forced it to be fixed. You handed the builder a clean exit while the infrastructure underneath the community remains compromised. And now, because of your policies requiring self-contained stormwater management systems, when that system fails, and I have zero doubt it will, the cost lands squarely on the residents of the Greens through special assessments and raised HOA fees, potentially hundreds of thousands of dollars out of their pockets because you chose to sign off early. That's the reality. And I'll say this without hesitation. I have no faith this builder will suddenly do the right thing. I was one of the first 2 trustees in the Greens. I personally asked hundreds of times for even basic issues to be addressed. Not complicated work, not major reconstruction, simple routine fixes. What did we get? Excuses, delays, deflection, silence. That is the track record. So the idea that now, after you've already given away the bonds, the builder is going to voluntarily step up is not just unlikely, it's naive. Which brings us to the question you cannot avoid. When it actually matters, are you working for the residents, are you protecting the builder? Because from where we stand, the answer has been clear so far, and this isn't just one development. I've spoken with residents in several other communities, same story. Corners cut, minimum effort, and then like clockwork, the developers release from responsibility while the problems remain. If that's the system, then stop pretending otherwise. If there are other factors at play, money, influence, political convenience, then be honest about that too. Because here's the bottom line. If there's a price tag attached to doing your job and enforcing these standards, tell us what it is. We'll pass the hat. It will be cheaper than the bill you've already set residents up to pay. Now let's get to what you're going to do, because more talk is worthless. You will require binding enforceable guarantees from this builder, legal obligations, not promises. You will set hard deadlines, specific dates, specific deliverables, no room for delay. You will require independent verification that the stormwater system is actually functional and not clogged with construction debris. Here's the part you don't get to dodge. What happens when the builder refuses or fails? Because history says they will. Will you fine them in a way that actually hurts? Will you force them to post a new performance bond to replace the one you gave away? Will you take real enforcement action? Or will this be more of the same talk, delay and no consequences? Because without consequences, everything you say is meaningless. You made the decision to release those bonds early. That decision put residents at risk and handed the builder an escape. Now you own it. So fix it, make it clear to every resident in this township exactly where they stand. Council members and Mayor Wolf, this is where this goes. If you do nothing, you need to hear it in plain terms. You prematurely release performance bonds, the very instruments designed to guarantee completion and compliance. By doing that, you didn't just weaken your leverage, you potentially compromised your legal position. Because once a bond is released, the township's ability to compel performance from the builder becomes significantly more limited. You've traded a secured, enforceable financial guarantee for what amounts to voluntary compliance from a builder who has already demonstrated a pattern of delay, deflection, and non-response. So let's walk through what happens next legally and financially when the builder doesn't complete the work. First, enforcement becomes reactive instead of guaranteed. Without an active performance bond, you're no longer holding secured funds that can be used to complete the work. Instead, you're left issuing notices, negotiating, and potentially litigating. That means time, that means legal costs, and that means uncertainty. Second, the burden of proof shifts. Now you have to establish, often through engineering reports, inspections, and expert testimony, that the work is deficient and that the builder is in violation of obligations. That's not immediate, that's a process. And during that process, the problems continue to exist, and in the case of the stormwater infrastructure, they can worsen. Third, if the builder refuses to act, your options narrow to enforcement actions like fines, stop work orders on future projects, or litigation. Fines are often treated by developers as a cost of doing business unless they are aggressive and consistently applied. Litigation, on the other hand, is slow and expensive, and there is no guarantee of timely resolution or full recovery. Here's the part that directly impacts residents. If the township does not act decisively or loses time in enforcement, the responsibility for maintaining and repairing these systems can fall to the homeowners of the Greens HOA. Especially with self-contained stormwater systems, once they are deemed the responsibility of the community, the financial liability shifts. That means residents could be forced to fund emergency repairs, system rehabilitation, or even full replacement costs that could easily reach into the hundreds of thousands of dollars. And if residents pursue action themselves, now you have parallel legal exposure, potential claims that the township failed in its duty to properly inspect and enforce before releasing the bonds. That opens the door to disputes over negligence, oversight failures, and improper sign-off. So this is not just a construction issue anymore. This is a liability issue for everyone involved. Let me be clear about something else. Once again, based on direct experience, I have very little confidence this builder will voluntarily comply. Which brings us back to you. When the builder doesn't act, and all signs suggest they won't, what is your enforcement plan? Not in theory, not in general terms. Specifically, will you issue formal violation notices tied to measurable deadlines? Will you impose escalating fines that actually compel compliance? Will you require the builder to post a new or replacement performance bond to secure completion? Will you pursue legal action aggressively and immediately if they fail to comply? Because without a defined enforcement framework, you are relying on the same promises that got us here. And let's address the broader concern that residents are already talking about. They didn't have to get this far, but it has. And now the only question left is whether you're going to act like a governing body that enforces its standards or one that explains after the fact why it didn't. And this also goes to the data center issue, how that even got to be an allowable use. I'm very disappointed just in the small time I've been coming to these council meetings. This was the last straw for me, these bonds being released. Having dealt with this builder, I was blown away when I found out bonds were released. And unfortunately, I couldn't be here for that council meeting. I was in Florida at the time, so I got to watch it on YouTube, and I was blown away. I could not believe, how could these bonds be released? If anybody, if any engineer, any inspector were to walk through this development, cracked sidewalks, deteriorating sidewalks, because the cement was inferior. You can see it with your bare eyes. It doesn't take any investigating. You don't need a magnifying glass. I walk the community every day with my 2 idiot dogs, and I see this. One of the bonds, the performance bonds, are sidewalks. Another one is curbs. You see a curb broken, that's a failure. The basins, I'm going to let the HOA address that. But the stormwater management system, this is the big uh-oh for us. I've been looking into this for the last 6 months, and when I finally talked to professionals and found out what's involved, and then somebody showed me a map of the system, with all the debris, just in my storm drain alone in front of my house for 2.5 years as it was slowly breaking away and getting in that system, one blockage could cost up to $50,000 depending on where it is. We had numerous drains. They never put silk covers or any type of covers over them, or at least the ones that they did failed within a week. I'm assuming that would be the black mesh that was ripped apart and stopping nothing. Something has to be done about this builder and other builders that are getting away with the same thing. I just want to know, will this council, since you guys released the bond, will you act on this builder and make sure, oh no, we talked to him last week, yeah, he's going to handle that, yeah, he's going to take care of that. Well, this is several weeks from last meeting where he was supposedly going to handle the basin and start pumping out the water. Water's still in it. He has no excuse for why the sidewalks are cracked or deteriorating. It's been nice weather. He was laying concrete in the wintertime. Why couldn't he have been fixing this any time after the bond was released? Because I doubt he's going to. He has a light pole that's going to cost him $250,000 to move to AC Electric. He's not building here anymore. He's in Gloucester Township. I honestly don't think he even cares about our development anymore, but that's just my feeling. What happens when he does not make these fixes? That's my question.
So, Mr. Davis, just as you had a chance to put forth your, opinions on the record, I want to clear something up, okay? And we've been discussing this, and I think you've been coming, other individuals from the Greens have been coming since those bonds were on the agenda. And I think it was explained several times that these bonds were not released early or prematurely. There are several different phases, and we have our engineer here who's going to speak to them.
I understand the phases.
So I'll let you speak. Can you
Okay,
just let me finish, please? Thank you. So the misconception or the misstatement that these bonds have been released early is just, it's simply not true. And again, our engineer will speak and give you all the details. I even think that you've spoken with him at these meetings before, and he's indicated that he's more than happy to be in touch with you outside of these meetings as well, so you can get all the information that you need. But I want to set the record straight, right, as to there are different phases, different timings, different types of work. And I can understand your frustration, and I believe some other individuals from the Greens have presented some photographs and some other documentation as to what the concerns are. And Mr. Barbadero is going to speak specifically as to those and the timing. But this has been on council's radar. Council's aware of the issues that you're relaying, the specific bonds that you're referencing, and if you have specific resolution numbers, just so I can triple confirm, but I specifically recall during these meetings, and even before those bonds were released, not prematurely because there's different phases, that the concerns brought forth were not in relation to the bonds that were in fact released. So with that being said, I want Mr. Barbadero, the engineer who has walked in the development, to give his firsthand insight.
And I am familiar with the phases. That's why I would love to hear Mr. Barbadero.
Well, and that's why I want to clarify the record from both ends, that it was not a premature, it was not an early release because of that distinction. So just so we're all clear. And there are additional bonds for consideration for that property.
And those bonds won't cover what's wrong. Plain and simple.
That's your opinion.
Your turn.
Great. I just want to start, I'll just go down, I was kind of taking some notes. So the performance guarantees for phases 1 and 2 were released earlier this year. Our process is we receive a request to have performance guarantees released from the developer. We go out and perform an inspection, and if there are deficiencies found, we generate a punch list. The developer fixes those problems. We go out and do another inspection, and then we recommend release. I do not have the exact date of that inspection. we did just come through a winter, so if there are defects that were found, broken curb, broken sidewalk, there was a 2-year maintenance bond posted when the performance guarantees were released. So if there are specific items that you would like us to take a look at, we can most certainly do that, and those items can be corrected under the maintenance bond. The contractor would have to come back and fix that. The performance guarantee for Phase 3 is still in full effect. They are not completed any construction yet. The basins also have a performance guarantee posted for that work. So, and those are not completed yet.
And the problem with the basins are, when you release Phase 1 and 2, the money that's left won't even cover the basins. Honestly, the money that's left will hardly cover the sidewalks and what's wrong with the stormwater system, let alone all the other things. I don't know what this punch list looks like. If you had it, I would love to see it. But like I said, I walk the development sometimes 2-3 times a day. I see this stuff. I don't understand how anybody could see that. It's like buying a car and not getting an engine and then saying, oh, but you have a warranty. That's not going to do anybody any good. Car without an engine is not going to drive. This is a development with a lot of problems and a builder that has consistently looked over $100 repairs and given 3 pages of door maintenance schedules and having a manufacturer come out for a $100 repair. Do I really think he's going to be doing repairs that amount in the tens of thousands? I don't. And I want to know if the township is going to hit him when he does not do these things. That's my question. Is the township going to do something when Mr. Hovnanian fails to make any of these repairs or makes inadequate repairs? That's my question. That's my issue. That's my worry. I put a lot of money out for this house. I plan on dying in this house. And 10 years from now, I don't want to be hit with a special assessment or raise HOA fees because Mr. Hovnanian got away clean. I want to make sure that he fixes everything as it's supposed to be. It's a new development. It shouldn't have all these cracked and deteriorating sidewalks. The storm drains shouldn't have been filled for 2.5 years. He should have taken care of that right away, but instead, he sent somebody out and poked holes in it one time. But every time it rained heavy, I had water halfway up my driveway. 10 feet from the curb on a slant, the water was still coming up. And it isn't until just recently they finally cleaned out those storm drains. But all that poking of it, that just sent more construction debris into the pipes, which eventually, most likely, will wind up causing a clog, and it'll be us paying for it. Because once the township took itself out of the whole stormwater management thing and required developments like mine to have basins and their own system, we got screwed. We have to pay for it now. I want to make sure that before we have to pay for it, the proper repairs and inspections are made. And I'm sorry, like I said, I don't know what was on your punch list and what repairs he made, but the only thing I saw him do in the last 6 months was plant trees. And when he planted those trees that were required by the bonds, he brought out heavy auger, Joseph's Landscaping did the work, they dug a hole into the clay substrate, lifted out the auger, dropped the tree in, put the clay back on it, and now I'm looking at a bunch of dead trees. This is the type of work, the bare minimum is what this builder does, and he needs to be held accountable, plain and simple. And I need to know that this council will hold him accountable.
I have a question.
I got a question, too. This is the same basin, the wet basin since losing water, right?
Yeah.
And the dry basin that's flooded. This is over 2 years.
Yeah.
Is what you're saying, right?
Yeah, the dry basin has had several.
Were the bonds released for them basins?
No, they were not. There's a performance guarantee for all basins.
Okay, so if they're having a problem for 2 years, why are we not slapping them really hard on this? I mean, what's our recourse to get this taken care of? They should have a time constraint. They're 2 years now. I would never want to live like that. Well, yeah, so, I mean, what is our recourse legally? What can we do? How can we step in and help the residents?
So, we have these bonds, correct? But I believe you had spoken earlier on communications that have been had with the developer to remedy some of the issues.
Hey, he's
So
great at
they haven't
talking and
been-
telling you he'll correct it, and then 2 weeks later, you're still.
No, we got to put time time constraints in now. It's
Exactly.
past that point.
So I won't, I have personally not had those communications, so I was looking to Joe to inform us as to what constraints and what timelines have been given. So if we can give Joe the opportunity to provide that, I think he's pulling up some
Yeah.
documents.
Joe, real quick while you're looking, and this is a quick, easy question. If I'm not mistaken, and maybe it's sewer, but I'm pretty sure it's stormwater, isn't as part of the final that they camera the stormwater? Don't we require them to provide video footage and confirmation that?
Yeah, they will need to, as part of the closeout for the stormwater management system, they will need to clean and televise the entire line, we'll need to inspect it, and they also need to perform, for any of the infiltration basins, they need to perform an infiltration test and send that to our office for review and approval. That all has to get vetted by our office and before any of those performance guarantees can get released.
Okay, so if there's debris, just to make sure everyone hears this, if there's debris, to Mr. Davis's point, that'll be captured, the entire storm system, basically at handoff, we'll call it handoff to the HOA, has to be videoed, inspected, cleaned, or it's a no-go. He does not get his approval.
Correct.
Okay.
And a township official will be there when this CCTV is being done, because I've talked to somebody that does it. It's very expensive. I can't see him putting out the money, to be honest.
I mean, I actually did one at Hollyoaks. I actually sat there and walked through the whole thing because we had the same problem with a different developer. He gave a him and a haul, but he did it. And yeah, he didn't like to do it because it was costly for him.
I know.
That's his dime.
I'd like to be out there for that.
They're required by ordinance to do that televising.
Okay.
I'd like to be out there for that when they do it. I'd like to go watch.
But
I'm
once
in for
again-
a field trip.
But once again, will you hold him responsible? Are you going to contact, you said you've been in communication. Will you set deadlines on things being done? Because it's nice weather now. There's no excuses he can have about snow, it's too cold to do this, too cold to do that. It's nice weather. It's time to start laying some concrete and making sure things work correctly.
Again, let me clarify, I'm not the township engineer, right? I didn't say I had communications, I said Joe, who is speaking on those communications, has had those communications. Joe, I know you're probably reading, you're going to read some of the emails or some of those communications, but what I would ask is, specific to the Greens, given obviously these concerns, and I'm sure I think based on the sign-in sheet, we might hear some more. If you can take those back and provide this council with that documentation that you're going to read from, and then include, summaries as to where we've been and what the next steps are, so that this council can be informed as to the exact process and details, and then can come forward with all that information and start setting forth whatever actions we can take.
Sure, absolutely.
So you're going to get guaranteed timelines from Hovnanian?
I will request, and I have requested, specific timelines for the basin remediation as well as finalizing that entrance that still is not yet completed.
Has he met any of your timelines?
I have not given him the timelines. I have asked him for an updated construction schedule. I got an email from him today, and I'm going to be pressing him more for some detail.
Well, how about instead of asking him, let's tell him?
The problem with that is the performance guarantees don't expire. So as long as he has work to do, the bonds stay in place, I can write him a letter and demand a updated construction schedule, and that way it'll restart the clock on when these things need to be completed. This is going to be his schedule. There could be some delays from weather, right? So at least we get him locked down on a schedule, and then from there, we have to hope that he hits that schedule. If he doesn't, we hit him with another letter. If he's not
A letter?
showing up-
Why don't we hit his bond?
Well,
It's 2 years. We're 2 years ago dealing with this.
That's what I'm getting at. We need to have a paper trail of failure to act, I'll say. So he does have...
2 years, it seems like it's been already failure to act.
Councilman Valentine.
Heck, honestly, I can show you hundreds of emails of things he's failed to act on.
So, from a legal perspective, Councilman Valentine, to your point, and going back to what I had just asked Joe to do and inform us as counsel and legal, is we need those documentation, we need the correspondences, we need to see exactly where we've been, right, in order to figure out where we're going, whether it relates to that bond, or if council wants to take another form of action against the developer. There might be some things that we need to fulfill or look into before taking some sort of specific action, right? We won't know that unless I have the comprehensive details and everything from our engineers, right, who would have these reports and have these communications.
Okay.
So I think to make an informed decision, we need our engineers to provide us with everything but the kitchen sink, right?
I would like
To
to get
figure
that,
out.
we should get a copy of your emails too, and their HOA. all
Now,
their communications.
back to the performance bond being released, if you want to say it wasn't prematurely, but all the reading I've been doing, and it's been quite extensive, let me ask the engineer, maybe I read things wrong. At what point was it okay for the bonds to be released from performance to maintenance? Because, like I said, in my idea, performance means he finished something. Maintenance, we have to maintain it. If it's not finished or not working correctly or damaged, how can it be maintained? It has to be fixed. What percentage of the development had to be done for him to get that bond released? Because it was a substantial amount of money.
So the performance guarantee, I think I talked about it a little earlier today. The performance guarantee is released when all bondable items are installed and accepted by the township. That, in that case, or the township representative, which would be the engineer. So at the time the developer requested a release for his performance guarantees, we performed a site inspection for all bonded items. I say that because there are only certain items that are covered under the performance guarantee. Specifically, any items that are getting dedicated to the public once the bond is released. So the streets, the curbs, the sidewalks within the right-of-way, all of those were covered under the bond. So at the time of the release, we
And the
performed-
trees and plants, you forgot about
Yes,
those.
excuse me, yes. Any trees or infrastructure within the public right-of-way is covered under the performance guarantee. So at the time of that inspection, we didn't find any deficiencies. And that is why we recommended release of the performance guarantee. And that is the point of having the maintenance guarantees, because things happen during construction. Sidewalks settle, sidewalk cracks from expansion and contraction, and that's the point of having the maintenance bond, is to cover any of those defects that may come up after the release of the performance guarantee within a 2-year period.
But that's the key word, defects that may come up. A lot of these cracks in the sidewalk and the deteriorating cement has been there for over 2 years. It's not something that just came up. I mean, there's been more damage that just came up, but a majority of this has been there for quite some time. I don't understand how the inspector did not see it. Like I said, I walk it 2 times a day, sometimes 3. Even in the snow, you could see how bad the sidewalks were. I don't know when the inspection was done, but I don't know if Mr. Magoo did it, but it's ridiculous how our community looks. And like I said, these have been issues for well over 2 years.
Did you document it yourself? With pictures, whatever?
No, I didn't take pictures. I would just send the builder email after email after email listing everything wrong with the clubhouse, this, that, the other thing. And it would
send us
just
a
be
copy of
nothing
their
but a
emails?
fight after a fight after a fight to
Can he
get even
send-
the simplest things done. But I'll let the HOA speak
The
to that.
communications between them and the builder, can they send us a copy of them so we can see the same thing?
You're talking, I'm talking about hundreds of emails, and then repeat emails on those emails. And that's not counting theirs. I mean, this, like I said, this guy,
Well, that's all documented.
so he comes in and
Joe, we gotta hold
everybody
this guy's,
claps, everybody's
you know,
happy
to
to
the
see
letter
him.
as best we
It's
can.
so good that he's
You know
here,
what I
it
mean?
shows that he cares,
Absolutely.
but he cares about getting his money, he doesn't care about happy residents.
So from council's perspective, right, you're more than welcome to send those emails, right? I don't want to burden you, but I think that would help with giving a fuller picture, right?
Yeah.
In addition to our engineers.
No problem, give me the
I
email.
will
That's-
say,
it's gonna be a
a
lot.
a few meetings ago, when the HOA, the gentleman, I apologize, I don't know your name, Wayne. When Wayne had come up, he did have specific sidewalk pictures, and I distinctly remember Joe was here. He took a look at those specific pictures that were presented at that day, and those fell outside the scope of what was being released on that day. Just so you're aware. I'm not sure, I think you just mentioned you haven't taken pictures. Joe will be here next meeting if you'd like to bring them.
No, I didn't take pictures.
No,
I
that's
just,
fine.
each time I saw things, I
Sure.
would send him an email, and it would be ignored.
All I'm
and-
saying is there were images of sidewalks in certain locations presented by Wayne of the HOA to our engineer, and they were addressed specifically on the night those performance bonds were released. And they did not have anything to do with that phase.
No, I have no pictures for Joe on the date of the performance bond release. We tried to fight that release, but we didn't have the documentation that we do today. We have 90 pages of deficiencies from our engineer. Very unfortunate that that bond got released.
Okay, it's my understanding that they still fell outside the phase of the bonds that were released.
They didn't.
So, I mean, if you have your own engineer report, again, I don't know if Joe has it. I'll defer to him.
I do
The
not.
last part, oh, sorry, go ahead, Joe.
I do not have a copy of that report yet. I talked with Wayne about it today, and he had mentioned that he does have the report, and I had asked him to send me a copy of it. So, but I do not have that.
I just needed to verify with our attorney and the rest of the board
Sure.
that it's okay.
Sure.
Sure.
The last part is, how did the inspector not see the 45-degree slopes behind seniors' houses? We have an area on Queens Ferry. It's a center area. The houses are maybe 6 feet higher than the houses on Panmure. They butt up against each other with a common backyard. The backyards on the Queens Ferry side have slopes, some as bad as this, going down maybe 10 feet. One resident slid down one already. If you literally walk off your patio, which is a 10 by 10 patio, onto your backyard, you risk death. Any other township that I've talked to would have required a retaining wall back there, or actual putting the houses lower or the other houses higher. These are ridiculous slopes, and the builder acknowledged that the slopes were wrong when he fixed 3 of them, but they were the squeaky wheels. Everybody else wasn't squeaky enough for him. I want to know how that got approved, how that got passed, how anybody who saw it was like, oh yeah, that's a good idea. Let's have a big giant slope coming off of a whole row of houses and then another row on the other street that seniors live in. We have seniors there in that area that are in their 80s. I'm not sure about 90s, but I know in their 80s. And they are afraid to walk into their backyard, because if they step off their patio, they're going to go down a hill. I want to know how that got past any inspectors, construction, engineers, whatever, because it can be seen from Fry's Mill how bad these slopes are. I just want to know how these things keep getting passed and nothing's done about it.
We can't speak to the slope, right, because I didn't say it, but we got to look into that too. Right? I haven't walked the backyard. Yeah, we can't answer.
Oh, you don't even have to walk the backyard. You walk.
I
you come
can't
into the
answer how an
development, you can
inspector
see
missed it because I wasn't the inspector, but we can look into that.
Yeah, we can.
Your concern is noted.
Yeah, because those people deserve to be able to use their backyards, don't they?
No argument
I
here.
think so. All right, that's all for me.
Joe, I just have one question. I know we talked about it last time. The HOA had presented the plans for that one basin that was not, it's supposed to be the wet basin. Any design flaw with that? Because we were talking about the paper that goes underneath.
Yeah.
The mill paper, the plastic that goes underneath. Maybe it didn't go high enough or it was designed. Any follow-up on that?
Yeah, so since the last meeting, we sent an inspector out there with waders to the center of the pond to check the depth. It was 42 inches deep. I believe the approved plan calls for that to be 5 feet deep, so we're looking at that a little further. It could be evaporation, there could be a leak, we're looking into it. We also did do a couple of test pits, and were able to verify that there was a liner installed. I believe Wayne had expressed some concerns earlier today in a conversation with him that he believes that that liner that was installed is not, is a filter fabric, and therefore water can infiltrate through it. So we're going to look into that a little further, just he has some concerns, so, okay, that's fine, absolutely. So, yeah, I mean, we're taking action on this basin. We hear the residents' concerns. We hear your guys' concerns. These basins are still covered under a performance guarantee, so any work that has to get completed, developer has to complete this work. If he doesn't, we can pull that performance guarantee, have that work completed by the township or another contractor using that performance guarantee. And, you know, that's, if, I've heard some concerns tonight that these funds aren't going to be enough to cover the work for these basins. Respectfully, I disagree. We prepare these bond estimates using the prevailing wages that we see currently, right? I think these bond estimates were prepared, I'll say 3 or 4 years ago. Don't quote me on it. I don't have the exact dates. Maybe for phase 3, I think they were. I don't know. Phases 1, they've been prepared sometime in the early 2020s. So those prices are still accurate, and
Can I see, hold on for a second. Did I hear you right? Did you say the wet basin had basically weed block fabric instead of a liner? Is that what you said?
no, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying the HOA believes that it's a weed barrier.
Joe,
Yes,
it's not the HOA.
excuse me.
It's Harry, it's Mike, it's Carl, and it's all 3 members of the HOA that were there.
For 2.5 hours.
I thought you said that your guy went in there with waders and you found the porous fabric.
They dug 12 inches deep, 72 inches out from the ground.
The engineers?
Where the line is now, and found weed barrier, that what you put under mold.
Can you,
Wayne,
Can you come up to the microphone?
I think you're on the list to come up. Can we just have Joe finish his thought before we continue to go down the list, please?
Well, I'm trying to understand what you meant.
I understand, that's
You
why I
meant
said,
that they
let's have
found
Joe.
it?
Can I
Not your,
please finish,
not
Mr.
your engineers
Valentine?
found it, right?
Mr. Valentine, I was addressing Mr. Davis. If you can give me half a second.
Okay.
I just wanted Joe to finish his thought so we can continue to go down the public list. So if we can all just not speak over each other, I think this will go a whole lot faster.
Well, I'm going back, Joe, when you say, I'm trying to figure out, who found the weed block in there? Because I heard you say it.
Yeah, so I just want to clarify that comment. On April 19th, the persons that Wayne was referencing are representatives from our office, one of our inspectors, Mike Calvello from the Public Works Department, and several members of the HOA. I was not present for it. When I talked with Wayne today, he had said that he believes it's a weed barrier. That is not my belief, but we would look into it. Wayne, and to be honest with you, you had mentioned that Harry and Mike had also expressed the same concerns. They have not mentioned that to me once. This is
Unbelievable what's going on right now. I'm going to lose my mind.
So what I'm saying is, we will look into it. If it is truly a weed barrier, then we will have them replace it with...
You just looked into it. You don't know because you weren't there. Maybe you should be there to look into it and get stuff done.
I was...
All right, Joe, anything else? Anything generally else to add before we continue moving down the public list? Just a yes or no? Okay. All right. Well, Mr. Wayne, we're going to go down the list, all right? And then you can come up and put your name on the record, and then we can go down the list.
You're you're talking, I'm just looking at you, hon.
No, you're actually glaring at me.
Whatever word you want to use.
So Wayne, before you, we have Michelle Francesconi. Michelle, do you want, is it okay if Wayne goes before you? Okay. Wayne, do you want to?
Just got a compliment done.
Yeah, I know. Everybody's
I
got a problem.
have some new photos I'd like you guys to see, if that's okay.
I'm sorry. Wayne, could you just speak into the microphone so we can have you on record?
Yeah, it's
Thank
Wayne
you.
Caprio. I'm a resident of the Greens. As you know, I live in Williamstown. I have some new photos I'd like to share with you guys, if that's okay. Can I?
Yes.
Please.
I really didn't intend to get off on that note. I apologize for that.
No need to apologize.
My first thing I wanted to do when I came up today was thank Joe. I wanted to thank Joe for bringing the DPW out to our community and to bring Harry out to our community. They were very helpful, they were very nice gentlemen, and we appreciated them being there. And I also want to give a big thank you to Jim Dehart, who contacted Soil Conservation, who found severe deficiencies in the soil all around our basins, and he also contacted the mosquito control on our behalf. So I appreciate you guys for doing what you did. Now, I agree with a lot of things that Everett said. I don't necessarily agree with his delivery, but I agree with what he says. So our performance bond was valued on January 28th for $504,333. A safety and stabilization bond was released for $9,452, which I believe has to do with topsoil. A 2-year maintenance agreement was installed for phases 1 and 2, $210,000. Our basin performance bond is a whopping total of $106,272. I challenge anybody to just install this PVC liner for that much money. And on the maintenance storm management bond that is on performance still is $930. I can afford to walk away from that. So Joe contacted our developer. He got a schedule of completion. Unfortunately, he spoke with the customer service representative, not the builder. That's Manny Abreu, and his typical response was late spring, early fall, or early summer. Those are seasons. They're not dates. If you put something, if I'm going to tell you I'm going to paint your house, I'm not telling you I'm doing it in the spring or the summer. I'm going to give you at least a week. I'm going to give you a week time frame that I'm going to be out there. And that's how they work. They commit to nothing, absolutely nothing. We've been emailing, we've met with Mr. Hovnanian and his team at least 4 times. They made promise after promise after promise. Once they leave our clubhouse door, never hear from them again. And then when you contact Manny, his customer service representative, he plays word semantics. He sends us anything we want to know or hear. It's to the point now where we don't communicate with them. We know them now. We're trusting that you guys will have our back. The release of that bond, I don't mean to offend you, but it was premature. We have a 90-page report here from our engineer. 20 of these pages list severe deficiencies in our community. All 20 pages of those are not items that are not bonded. So I agree with the fact that inspections were not done. And if they were done from home. I believe that, and in each instance, you know, with all due respect, Joe said he wasn't the engineer that inspected the basins. So he never came up with someone who did. We don't have any photos of the basin under construction. It seems to be very top secret. In addition to that, the architectural drawings call for 4 to 6 inches of topsoil everywhere in the community that doesn't involve a house or a tree. Not done.
Absolutely not done. Joe, of course, wasn't the person on charge to inspect that. He was looking into seeing who was. I haven't heard anything about that. Everett was correct in stating that an auger goes in. This was visually inspected by all of us. An auger goes in, pulls out clay, an unballed tree gets dropped in the hole, the clay refills it. That tree, according to architectural drawings, was supposed to have a sufficient amount of topsoil to encourage vigorous growth. On their drawings, it's not a suggestion, it's not an opinion, it's a requirement. They have failed to meet all their requirements. This release of the bond was a huge win for this developer. It was a tremendous loss for the residents of our community. We can't afford to adopt or inherit these holes in the ground, because that's what they are. We can't afford to inherit broken sidewalks, unpaved streets, clogged underlayment for the basins. We can't afford to inherit grass that's dying. We can't afford to inherit trees that die. He's leaving us with that. And quite honestly, short of a $100,000 lawsuit, I don't know what we're going to do. Because and with regard to finishing the Prestwick entrance, again, Joe was given the date of late spring, early summer. Those are seasons. I don't understand how this is acceptable. I don't understand how nobody has any oomph to hold him accountable. He has no fear of anything because he's never been held accountable. There's no reason for him to fear anything because he knows that he has his own engineer that proves that the basin is okay for whatever amount of money he paid him. And he knows that he's getting away with murder here. The inspections are not holding him accountable. So what's he got to lose? Nothing. He goes on to his next community. And the most important thing is, I'm sure when you guys all approved his plans and his permits to build this community, he promised you all that he would build a beautiful 55-plus community. He made that promise to each and every one of us when we closed on our properties. He's embarrassing both of us. He's not building a beautiful community. He's leaving behind a stepchild. He's running away from everything he may not be able to afford to finish. That's our biggest fear. Our biggest fear is that he's not in a financial position to complete this community. And then what do we do? What do we do? What's our recourse?
So I have a question. I don't know, it could be legal or it could be engineering, but so if performance guarantee bonds have been released, they go to the maintenance bonds, and if we have this 20-page list of items that need to be addressed, what if the maintenance bond doesn't cover all that? Do we file litigation
It won't. It's only $210,000, a two-year
against
maintenance.
the developer, or is there
So-
some other mechanism?
We'd have to compare. Can we get do you have a hard copy and a digital copy of that
I
report?
do. Is that okay? Is that fine? Okay. I do. It's right here.
Are you able to part with that
I
copy?
can part
Okay.
with this.
What council needs to understand, these aren't those small roadside basins. These are basins the size and depth of this room.
They're 100 feet, the one decorative basin is probably 150 by 175 wide. 150 long, 175 wide. Try hiring somebody to put a PVC liner in there for 106,000. Ain't gonna happen.
So, to answer your question, Mayor, I think we need to review the report. It's going to depend on each item, whether the item was related to a performance bond, whether it's related to a maintenance bond, whether it's related to something else, some sort of contractual or plan obligations, because there's several different avenues. You'd have to relate them back effectively to some sort of promise that was made, and then we'd have to see
There's 2 more phases, correct?
There's one more phase.
One more phase.
One more
Phase
Phase 3,
finishes
which is still under performance guarantee.
One more phase that they didn't start construction, Joe? Or
One more phase that they didn't finish.
They need to
Homes are
yeah.
built,
Okay.
the entranceway is not done, they have to move a telephone pole, which he's not going to do unless he's forced to do, I guarantee you. The
those
street
homes have
has,
COs?
They still need to put the surface course paving in Section 3 too. That's not done yet.
Didn't they
The top.
and all
have
the
approval?
sidewalks, and all the sidewalks have to be repaired.
Didn't
because they're all-
Atlantic Electric
they're
already
all-
give them approval to move the pole?
That's my understanding, yeah, from Hovnanian, AC Electric. They approved the plan to move the pole, and it's in their queue to get moved from their roads department.
Yeah,
I don't know what exactly they call
sometime
AC
by the end
Electric.
of the year, probably.
So, Joe, as a follow-up, I would ask that can we all get just preliminary copies of that report? You're going to be the one really understanding
Yeah,
most of
no,
it.
I can,
But if you can go through and comment, for the sake of council, right? If you can almost redline that report so we can understand, what relates to what bonds, what
Yeah.
doesn't, what relates to the site plans, what relates
Absolutely.
to whatever other obligations. And if we can get, that sooner than later.
Yeah.
So everybody is aware, and then we'll review it on the legal end and see what relates, again, to what and what potential actions.
Yeah,
And also,
I mean, so-
Joe, if we could also, I knew you just found out, I think you said on April 19th, about the weed barrier thing, if we can confirm that and get to the bottom of that.
Yes,
Can I
absolutely.
address that?
Yeah.
I take great offense to being accused of thinking it might be a weed barrier. I've done my own lawn maintenance, I've done my own mulching, I've done everything around my house, inside and out, for well over 40 years. To think that I don't know what weed barrier is probably the biggest insult you could send my way. We watched the water go beneath it and rise above it, beneath it, rise above it. That's porous. That's called porous. That's not going to block water from absorbing into the ground.
I understand. Wayne, listen, I didn't mean to offend you. I understand that you know materials and you have experience. What I was trying to say was today was the first time you and I had talked, and it was the first time that I heard that you had
Well, shame on-
thought that it was a weed barrier. Because
Shame on Harry, shame on Mike, shame on Carl.
and they did not mention it to me. And tomorrow, I will follow up with them and have a conversation about it. And I will most certainly look into that and confirm if it is a weed barrier or the barrier that was supposed to be installed. Absolutely.
When-
I didn't mean
when
to
were they
offend you,
out
Wayne.
there?
I'm sorry.
When were they out there?
What was the date? That's, by the way, that's illustrious Mike and his waiters in the middle of
Yeah,
the
I know,
park.
but when was
Oh,
this?
another thing.
That was
I-
April 19th.
that was
April 19th, and you don't have a report still saying that if it's a weed barrier or a PVC liner
Yeah,
yet?
that's crazy.
I wasn't aware till today that.
But these are your guys, right?
Those are my inspector, Harry, and Mike from the DPW.
This is exactly what frustrates us. You know, people start a process and then, I'm sorry, Joe, but we don't see the end of it.
I'd like you to see the end of it.
In that
It seems like it's been going on too long. Listen, there's always 3 sides to every story.
Yeah.
Let's just get all the information, and if it comes down to that they're wrong, we're going to have to smack them, and that's all there is to it.
Yeah, so in our opinion, the only correct remediation for at least the wet basin is for it to be pumped dry, completely dredged of all its debris, leaves, garbage, whatever. A brand-new PVC liner put down. The soil exposure there that you see is nearly 6 feet wide. If that liner is beyond 6 feet, who cares? It's not a liner. It shouldn't be there. That liner should be replaced because it's buried under 12 inches of soil. The only way they could have got 12 inches of soil over it was by using heavy machinery, which inevitably must have broke through whatever liner was there. I still don't believe there's a liner there. I really don't, in my heart of hearts. I think our remediation suggestion is the one that should take place.
And with this builder, we don't have any trust that that'll happen, but we do have faith in you guys. We really do. We trust that you have a way to hold him accountable, because we don't.
So, Joe, we'll await that report.
Yeah, absolutely.
this week. Thank you.
Wayne, thank you.
Thank you
Spoken
very
like a
much.
gentleman.
And
Thank you.
thank you all, really, I appreciate it.
Michelle, did you still want to come up? You're good, okay. Next, we have Debbie Kearns.
Debbie Kearns, Williamstown, New Jersey. Just the discussion that just went with that gentleman in that development, if these are your inspectors that are overseeing jobs that are being done in this township, it's a joke. You could tell weed barrier from a rubber base. It's not, it's rocket science. It's really not. This is why I'm so upset about the property that has been stolen from me, because I don't have a lick of confidence in anybody in this room to have my back, honestly. And you may say I'm wrong. You may say, oh, well, we're trying our best. But just like this gentleman just said here, he wasn't involved at that time, so now he has to backtrack. But the whole issue comes down to is you guys need to do double checking, triple checking. I don't know how many different times you got to check. But it needs to be done before you guys say, I agree, I agree, I agree, I agree. We'll pass it, we'll pass it, we'll pass it. Because as it stands right now, the document that you gave to my daughter at the last meeting, stating about the Pinelands and the Pinelands mediation and this gentleman that's the developer, or not the developer,
Planner.
excuse me.
It's our
Yes.
township planner.
It's just like a circle. You said that, Mr. Wolf said that you guys had nothing to do with the ground that was my family's being turned over to be valued worthless.
To be
That's
clear,
a
that
lot.
was the Pinelands report, right? That
The
document was.
Pinelands Preservation Alliance.
Correct, that
That
correct.
document that you
That
gave us.
document was drafted by the Pineland. I just want to be very clear as to what document I had handed
Yeah,
over.
they were the Alliance and Greater Egg Harbor Water Association.
And Ms. Kearns, what I said was, back in 2010, nobody up here was
I understand.
here and
Let me-
voted on
let me
that. I'm
speak
not,
to that.
Okay.
March 25th, that meeting.
Ma'am, I just need your name and
Jenna
address.
Kearns. I think I'm too down on the line. I was going to speak to what she's bringing up. March 25th, that meeting, Mayor Wolf, you brought up the Hogbin land. I wouldn't have even known about this if you didn't bring up the fact that the RGMU, our land was used as the offset.
Right.
Then you went on to say that the Pinelands requested it due to the, we can bring it up in the YouTube. I watched it before I even started speaking. Around the 40-minute mark, you specifically state that the Pinelands requested this change. That's a lie.
so,
This document.
so let me clarify.
I don't think I was done speaking.
When I said
I don't think I
the,
was done speaking.
okay, so you don't want an answer, you ask a
Let her
question.
finish.
Ask a
Let her
question yet.
finish stating
I didn't
your
ask a
statement.
question yet.
Go
I
ahead.
didn't actually ask you any question. You spoke to it at the 40-minute mark at the March 25th meeting. You said a whole spiel about how it was pushed by the Pinelands to get this rezoned. According to the paper that Solicitor Grace, I don't want to say it wrong,
Sandra's fine.
Solicitor Sandra gave me, Pinelands did not request it. You requested it, and the Pinelands approved it. However, my issue is, you guys say that you did all this research and everything. According to the Pinelands Preservation Alliance, the Great Egg Harbor Watershed, and a petition that's in the back, this was being fought in 2010. Nobody wanted this to happen. The only one that was requesting it was Active Adult Community, 191 single-family homes, 63 townhomes, 300 condominiums. For sale, 150,000 square feet of retail space, 4,900 square feet of restaurant pad, 110-room four-star hotel pad, 144-room assisted living facility. That's who requested it.
The Cedar
Cedar
Creek.
Creek, Hilton Homes. So don't keep lying to all of us and saying that the Pinelands requested it.
So
They
nobody's
didn't.
lying. Can I, you finished?
Go ahead.
Okay.
Sure, please.
So-
I hear your line.
Number one, the Hopkins piece that I was talking about is now, I guess, the Stauber
My
piece.
family
The
land.
Stauber
No.
piece.
Sir,
That-
in the report, the crossover area, it's my block and lot 2.
Yeah.
Okay.
All the Hogman property.
So, which was the old Hogman property, correct?
It's not
Which
the
is the-
old Hogman property.
I
It's
am
still
a
the
Jenna
Hogman property.
Hoffman Kern.
What I'm asking
Hogman
you
Kern
is,
through my
where
street.
Stauber, this piece that I was referencing, that evening,
Hogman
on March
land.
25th, I believe Stauber owns it now, correct?
Bro, you're wrong.
But it's
Look at your
still-
report.
It's still the Hogman property.
No.
It's not just Stolba's where he bought it
Excuse
from my
me,
brother.
your crossover map, Stolba's is this tiny portion.
tiny little
This is
thing.
all of my land.
I'm not, and
That's
that's,
where my house
and that's not what I was speaking of, okay? So, that is
Talking
before,
about the Hogman
that is
land.
before the report was provided to us from our professionals that
The
evening
report was
on March
provided in
25th.
2010.
I let you speak, now let me speak.
You're lying.
So, on
I'm
March...
not going to let you lie to my face.
Okay, so if you're not going
The
to, if you're
report
going to
was
just
provided in
continually interrupt me, then I won't explain it.
No, I think it's on the record from last meeting that we didn't have access to that report until the Pinelands gave it to us the morning of, I'm just explaining,
The report
when
that
we,
I documented
can I finish,
last
please?
meeting was on your website.
Can I just finish, please?
The reexamination report that you guys wrote in 2010, it outlined all of this. Why is this a runaround like you didn't have the information?
I'm just saying, all right? I'm just clarifying the point that
You guys don't even
it
know
was
how to work your own
provided.
website, apparently.
It's complicated.
It was on your website. This report is just a
You gave her
second
this
copy.
document, correct?
I did, because it's a public document.
I understand that.
So it's a
Correct.
public
Did you read
document
it?
that you didn't know about?
And you didn't know about it.
Okay.
And you didn't read?
Again,
Ms. Kearns,
the township
can I
planner,
speak to you?
Sure, go
Just
ahead.
quickly. So,
Oh, my God.
again, nobody up here was here in 2010. So
understand that.
we did not see that until after the March 25th meeting.
Okay.
Okay, it was provided by our planner
Okay.
when we
And you couldn't
had a
do
meeting
that.
to discuss this whole area, specifically your concerns that were addressed at the March 25th meeting,
Mm-hmm.
which our professionals were not at. So with... the-
Our concerns
with-
weren't addressed
Ma'am, I'm
at that
speaking
point.
to Ms. Debbie Kearns now. Okay, you didn't want to speak to me.
Hold on a second.
You wanted to continue to
Because
interrupt.
He's lying straight to
I
your
understand,
face.
I understand that. I just want to hear his spiel so it's on record. Go
So
ahead.
March 25th, if that's the meeting that I spoke at, without the professionals being here, we were briefed that the Pinelands had a meeting with the township back in 2010, and there was a swapped piece of land, and I said the Hogman piece, the old Hogman piece, which is Stauber's, because I know Mr. Stauber was not happy when that occurred. Again, prior to us being here, he was not happy with that swap out where they protected the 2,800 acres. We weren't even aware, or I wasn't aware, and I don't believe anybody else was aware, that the township and the Pinelands protected 2,800 acres of property, and the offset was this Hexa piece. Before it was Hexa, it was another developer.
Cedar Creek.
Cedar Creek. And after that March 25th meeting, we were provided a copy of that document, and that's why we had it available to present to you when we spoke about it that evening. So there was no lies, there was no hidden
But you keep
agenda.
saying, stop, Mr. Stolba's property.
If you want to call it Stauber's property, Hogman's property,
Sir,
I...
it's all of our land. I live on that land. It's Hogman property.
It's not, the whole thing
My
is.
Uncle Johnny's nursery is on that land.
and
It's
what I said-
Hogman property.
Ms. Kearns, and what I said that evening was,
You are
because I
a
knew
disrespectful fuck.
that the Stauber property was the one that was upset. So that's the one that I had said that it was switched with, that was the negotiated piece, because I know, because when I first became mayor, we actually went to the Pinelands to discuss why that swap was ever made.
But you're just trying to say it was his isolated block and lot,
That-
which it's not.
And clearly it's not, because it's 2,800 acres is what we learned
How come he knew
after that.
about it in 2010 and I just found out in 2026?
Well, I have no idea why you didn't find out in
How did he
2010.
know
I
over-
wasn't here in
over us,
2010.
Considering we had the majority of the ground then.
Because I believe he went to develop the property on the Pike, along the Black Horse Pike.
Okay.
I believe he went to develop it, and I believe he was turned down
Okay.
several years back.
So then that's how he found
So
out.
that's how he found out, correct.
Property
So then he didn't even know until he went to apply.
I don't know if he purchased the property prior to, I don't know when he bought that property,
Okay.
but prior to.
All right. Well,
So if that explains that to you.
it does, but it doesn't.
So when I referenced that evening, that was the piece
Well,
that I knew was
we're
swapped.
trying to create a
And then-
record here, and if you are over speaking if you're over speaking your mother and the mayor, we can't form a record to refer back to. So,
And then, Ms. Kearns, when I referenced that, that was the piece that I knew was swapped. And then a week or so later, after that meeting, is when we were presented with the document that you have, where it was 2,800, and I did read through it, and I saw that there were petitions back in 2010 that were against it, and back in 2010, I guess the council voted that way to do that with the agreement with the Pinelands.
But the Pinelands had no right, and the township had no right to give my ground away.
That I can't answer to.
Yes, you can answer to it. Do I have the right to walk onto your property and say, get out? I'm taking over your house because I like it better than mine.
Well,
Do I have
listen,
that right?
that is illegal, that is a legal
Yes or
question.
no?
Well, did somebody walk onto your property and tell you to get out?
Basically, you're doing that because you just made it worthless. You make us pay higher taxes.
Back in 2010, they made it worthless.
You made it worthless in 2010, and I've been paying the same taxes, if not higher, since then. So how can my ground be worthless in 2010 and more valuable now that I have to pay more taxes? So again, if I walk onto your property and say, I want your home because yours is more valuable, how would you feel?
Well, again, I don't know that anybody walked on your property and said, we're taking your property.
Oh, don't do semantics. Just answer my question. How would you feel?
So,
all right.
well, that's a legal question you gotta find out.
Anyway, we'll go on to my other issues. You say you regulate everybody evenly and honorably. You regulate, all your regulations and all your zoning people all do their job correctly for everybody in the same boat, correct? So you judge me the way you judge him, and you judge her, and you judge her. When it comes to doing things in this township. In this township. Okay. Then please explain to me how Mr. Stallba, that owns my brother's ground, can put 60 loads of contaminated ground, dirt, on that property without anybody seeing it from the Black Horse Pike, because you can see it right from the Black Horse Pike.
Virgin farm ground.
Virgin Farm Ground now has 60 loads of contaminated dirt. I have spoke to your Board of Health. I have spoke to, let me get my list going here, Sherry from your Township Health Department. I have talked to Jay McKenna from the Gloucester County Board of Health. I have talked to the DEP, and I've also talked to the Pinelands. And no one has come out to even look at anything. Jay McKenna came out and said, it looked like mulch.
It's fucking dirt with rocks.
Let me ask you a question. Can I approach you?
Sure.
Does that look like mulch to you?
Looks like there's some stone.
Some stone?
Are you fucking kidding me? It's dirt with stones. Mulch
It's
is
stone,
not even wood.
it's mulch.
You ever seen mulch?
It's not
Tell me
mulch,
your
I'm
flowers.
sorry. Weed barrier, paving. Someone even told me they thought it may be septic waste.
So if you've reported it to those agencies,
They've done nothing. I did this in January.
They keep sending her to a different agency. We can't help you. You contact this one. We can't help you.
Can I have that? Can I take a look at that?
who would have enforcement on that? Would it be
DEP solid
Well,
waste.
I was told that I had to start with the
DEP
town.
solid waste.
Yeah, I started with DEP. That's who I started with. Then they sent me to your health department. Then they sent me to the county. Then they sent me back to
DEP?
Pinelands and
Oh,
DEP.
Pinelands.
So it is still not done. And Mr. Stallba is putting contaminated ground on his ground that butts up to my ground. Here's the Black Horse Pike. My property sits here. All that waste that's washing is going right into my virgin farm ground.
Can you, do you know who you spoke to at the DEP?
Yeah, I have it all down.
Can you forward that to us? Mm-hmm. Jim, can we follow up with the DEP on that? Can you send that to Mr. DeHart, that contact?
The other issue with Mr. Stalba, since you brought him up, I'll just keep right on going. The junkyard regulations, when I tried to sell my father's junkyard, they pushed me up one side and down the other. I bounced between the township and the Pinelands. They made me replant ground where the gentleman expanded out onto. They made me tear down buildings because they said they weren't permitted correctly until the gentleman that did your inspections for the junkyards gave the Pinelands a letter stating that those buildings were legal. It was prior to the Pinelands. Then they passed it. But Mr. Stalba can smelt. He has probably 20 to 30 cargo containers stacked on top of each other above the fence. He has no access for fire trucks to even get in if there is a fire. He has multiple violations expanding onto the state woods behind him. And he gets slapped on the hand with fines. He goes in, he cleans it, fixes it, and he goes right back to everything. Goes right back to the same issue every time. So when you say you hold everybody to the same responsibility, where? Because it took me 6 years to justify a junkyard that passed every inspection that you guys did, that the state did, that the DEP did. It passed every inspection since the 70s. I guarantee you walk onto Mr. Stalba's ground, it ain't none of it passing.
Mr. Sebastian, do you know how many times, I know is it a yearly inspection that they go through?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. If it wasn't for his letter, I would still be fighting. Had it not been for that man, I would still be fighting with you and the Pinelands. Where Mr. Stalba, he just gets to do whatever he wants.
What are we talking about? A&A towing?
A&A
Piney Hollow Road?
Yeah.
They should have just been inspected to get on the tow list, am I not right? Shouldn't they just been inspected?
Well, I believe there's two different inspections, right? The
Right.
tow thing would be one, but
Yeah, but we have
salvage
a clause in that.
salvage yards are also another inspection, if I'm not.
Yeah, but they can't have no violations to get on that list, so it should have had just been inspected and passed, correct?
Yeah.
No, yeah.
So if they're in violation, how did they pass inspection?
Not aware of.
Yeah, but can I see them pictures do you have?
You can have all these, because this is aerial photos.
Can we just make sure those get to, all these papers, can we just make sure they get to Eileen at the end of the night, so we can all get copies, please?
You can have them. My other question is to you, sir. Have you found out anything about my property?
There's no way you'll get emergency services in there.
And?
If they have an accident in there, you're not getting nothing in there. If these are true pictures, how'd this guy pass?
To bring a little bit more value to your property.
Oh, no. I want to be back to the same value I had.
Rezone it back to what it was.
Rezone it back to what it was supposed to be.
Absolutely.
Looks like they're pushing off the property line, too.
No, you took it. I understand you didn't take it, but they took it.
By association. You are the new representative. You're guilty of.
You'll never get emergency services in there. If something bad happens in there, how are they gonna get in? Seriously. It just gets worse.
You saw my list that I gave you, and you saw the problems even with the acreage? Yeah.
Did they have date stamps on these? No.
don't believe so, no, I can't see that. I'm not gonna- Can you see? I don't see, I don't think so.
Moving forward with that, I can talk to you about some of what it is a preservation program that the town has to give you value back to your property. Still value.
You can't get emergency services.
But you're saying they're going to preserve me. If they preserve me, I cannot sell that ground unless another farmer wants to take over.
No, it's your choice. So it's a transfer development rights program, that's essentially what it is.
So it's different than preserving.
Right, you choose.
Okay.
You choose to deed restrict your property, and what the Pinelands does is they give you what are called Pinelands development credits for your property. Those are sold on an open market, the developer can come in and pay you money for those credits, you set the price.
I know what the credits are.
Right, so but it gives you value back in your property, any properties that you own with the district that it would be in, you would qualify for. So all of those properties would now qualify for PDCs. Should you elect to go after the PDCs for them, that is your choice. You don't have to, but it remains as agricultural land, and you remain an agricultural zone. Should, we talk about.
So in other words, if I had a developer come in there and he wanted to build a warehouse or anything like that, he wouldn't be able to? No. But you can take my property and give it to that gentleman for his warehouse? Yeah. That's what you did. I understand you didn't do it, but that's exactly what happened to me. Right. Cedar Creek. So now Cedar Creek is null and gone and flew away, and now it's the Hexa Group. Well, guess what? That Hexa Group is not developing on my back. Because basically they're on my back, they're on his back, and anybody else that is anywhere near the crossover area. The creeks, the inhabited by animals, all of it. It's ridiculous. So you banned the data center. Thank you, God, you listened to us. But this warehouse ain't going there on my back.
Stuff happens down there all the time.
It won't.
Disappear every day.
Because what he just offered me is a joke. They should have to put my ground back the way it was. Because my ground hasn't changed. It's still exactly the same it was in 2010. If not, it's better. Because we cleared more acres and we planted more acres. So if anything, your taxes have bushed me up. And now they're saying, oh, well, we'll try to give you something. But yet when I had over 20 acres that I wanted the Pinelands to take and give to people for if they wanted to build, I was told none of that ground was worth anything. So you're all looking at me with the doughy eyes like we don't know what to tell you.
Well, I know what I can tell you. Last meeting you were here, you were talking about their smelting. So I did contact the DEP. They don't have an air permit. It expired in 2020. So they're not even allowed to be burning waste oil there.
He's been smelting for years.
Yeah, so
He's
I'm still
got-
trying to figure out how that looks like a fire trap, how it passed inspection. I don't even know how you're going to, and some of them, if there's an accident down there, you look at the pictures, how they're going to get emergency services in. But I'm not a fire inspector either, so I just want to know how they passed, because I know they're on they had to do an inspection for the tow list.
I'm just a dirt
So,
farmer.
well, heck, I've been called a stupid farmer too, don't worry
Yeah,
about it.
I'm
I know
just a
where it's
dirt
at.
farmer.
But what I'm saying is, if that inspection,
Value.
we just awarded the tow contract, so if he's in violation with too many containers and everything else, how did he even get on the list?
Oh, I don't even know.
Well, no, maybe we should look at that now,
Yeah, because
because,
we used to tow back in the day.
Well,
My
no,
father used to tow for the township, so did my brothers.
well, we
used
should
to
take a
tow.
look at the inspection from then on how they even got on the tow list. Because if they're clearly in violation, they shouldn't be on the tow list.
No.
So what's going on here? More friends and family?
Probably.
Seems like it.
Probably.
Yep.
But I will contact you, and I will visit the Pinelands, because I'll come to your office, but they're going to know that I'm not accepting nothing
how do we
other than
take a
the
look at this
value that
property?
they are saying my ground is worth now.
You take a look at some of them pictures, how you going to get in there?
I don't know what.
And when are them pictures from?
I don't know when these pictures are dated. I don't have any.
Well, how old are, because there's no date on them pictures. Are they recent? They're not like 10 years old, right?
No, they're
There's
within
not-
the last couple years.
There's not a single date on any of these pictures.
I can get them for you. I can get them for you. I can get them.
Well, I was going to say, if they were before the tow contract, yeah, that might have been cleaned up by now.
Huh?
You guys probably know someone. How about a surprise inspection? That, no one on the council can come up and arrange this for tomorrow? Go down there. She just told you were doing it. You said that the permit expired in 2020. Go down there. You know somebody on the force mayor, don't you? There you go. Send someone down there. Make sure they're not in violation. That's what you would do to anybody else.
Any of us.
Oh, yeah.
Exactly.
Oh, especially me.
Be here in a second.
Any of us, we would be held to the cross with everything. But bigger companies.
Yeah, but you don't know when they're from. You don't
have
know
to
the
do
date
it.
on them. You don't know. They could be 10 years old.
So that's where I'm ending it. But I'll be here the next meeting, and if my ground hasn't been restored, then we're going to be talking about lawsuits with this Hexas building. Thank you.
All right. Is there anyone else in the public that wishes to speak this evening? Did you want to speak again? You were up here.
All right, Mr. Pizzatski.
Listen.
Try to be a little bit nicer to you this time. Jenna Kearns, Williamstown. I just want to understand how this passed in 2010, and I would like to know if any of you have done any research on the packet that was handed to me last meeting.
The research is in progress. I believe our township planner also received some updated information from the prior Ms. Kearns on Thursday,
Yeah,
I
I typed
believe.
it out for her.
That's been circulated, that we're in the process of researching.
Yeah,
So-
trust me. Anything that she's sending you is coming from me.
Sure, and I'm not like I'm disclosing, confidential information. I'm just
No,
letting
you're
you know
fine.
that we received additional information, and I know Adam's kind of in between all of this because he has to discuss with the Pilings, he has to review, and then we have to discuss, right? And then do additional reviews. So it's still in progress.
So then I guess my question for Adam, since the Pineland credits is apparently our only option, why is it that we can't just reverse the land and then they take their RDC back and we take back our, whatever we were before? Like what, like, it was literally, there's petitions, there's literal documented, written out of why it should have never been RGMU, but because Hilton Homes Cedar Creek wanted to put a development in, then you guys requested it from the Pinelands to be rezoned.
I understand that. It's a conversation we would have to have with the Pinelands. They do review all zoning changes. So any zoning changes that would even be proposed or, put up by council, Pinelands does have to review and sign off on them. So the place we should start, would be with the Pinelands Commission and ask them if they would even be, open to the idea. We have to work with them. We do. Council has to work with them, we have to work with them, we all have to work with them because we're under their regulations as well.
Completely understand.
So that's what I would recommend, is that we start with the Pinelands.
I do want to apologize. The reason I say you're guilty by association, and the reason I say that to all of you, is because what came before you, you are working upon. You are improving upon what came before you. So if you don't know what happened before on this land, then how can you make the correct decisions for what will be coming to this land?
And I will say this. This sitting council has had several conversations with since we've started having these conversations, right? That started with Hexa, and now additional information, additional reports. Some of us, including myself, didn't even know that 2010 report existed. We, unfortunately, right, sometimes you don't know what you don't know. And I'm the first to say it, and my job is literally to do research.
Now,
right?
just a question.
Sure.
You said that, but I would not have known that this was even happening, or the crossover area, or the offset, had Mr. Mayor not spoken on it and lied about it.
I think, so
then I had to go home and do research for 3 days until 1 a.m. to find these reports, to find the Monroe Township reexamination report, which is what was on monroetownship.org originally, that I brought with me to the next meeting, and then you gave me this.
I think this has been a work in progress, and you've been far more patient, right, since 2010, because you've been involved in this since 2010. I myself, right, as solicitor, am in the process of piecing these together.
I get
it's
that.
a large,
Yeah.
it's a large
Trust me,
picture,
same
right?
thing. I was 15 at the time when this was happening, so I don't think that I was really taking notes on my family's land being rezoned because I was 15. And now 16
Fair
years later,
enough.
at 31, I have to
You-
look
you
at
should've.
my property value.
That was a joke, that was a joke.
Yeah, no, you're fine. Like, when you go on your Pineland zoning maps and you look at what my land value's worth, $6,900. I pay that a year just in taxes alone. So my land value is less than what I pay in taxes. And that is my issue with this whole, like, rezoning thing. That wasn't like that back then. My land value is less than what I pay in taxes to you guys every 3 months. Like, every year, I'm sorry, because every 3 months it's about $1,700. Like,
Ms. Coons, if I could, number one, I didn't lie, whether you believe that or not.
You did.
It's
Okay.
irrelevant. We are not against you, okay? We're not. We're truly not against you. The problem you have is
your attitude.
they switched this back in 2010, prior to anybody being up here. Since we have this report, we have been speaking to the Pinelands. There's going to be a meeting scheduled with the Pinelands to discuss further actions to try to help you alleviate your problem. But you're blaming this council, you're blaming the people that are sitting here. Nobody was here in 2010. So you have brought it to our attention, and we are trying to address it and trying to help you, but you think that we're against you. And we're not.
So one thing I will say, when I come up here to speak to you, you are all my elected officials. I have chosen to elect you. You serve me. So I don't know why when I speak to you, when all of these other people speak to you, you look at us and speak to us with such contempt, like we're beneath you. Technically, you serve us. You should be helping us. You should be going above and beyond to do the research before you rezone the land and we have to come in here every night and fight you. Because I work 7 days a week. Many of these people have probably been to my nursery and seen me loading trucks 7 days a week. I shouldn't have to come here after I'm done my job on a farm and fight you guys. And I shouldn't have to fight for my land. So you say that you want to help me after I make a stink. After I have to come here and yell at you, that's when you want to help me?
Again, you came and you brought up something to our attention. We can't predict or know what happened back in 2010 that affected you negatively.
You should, because you're messing with the zoning of the land.
Until you came here to present that.
But you should, because you're messing with the hexa zoning. You rezoned the land. Your group rezoned the land to add a data center. Why is no research done to the past zoning? Why is there no research done looking at the properties past and what has happened? You just say willy-nilly, let's just throw this in there this time, and then let's see if people make a stink about it. We shouldn't have to be here. We elected you to make good choices, and apparently we were wrong. So then when we're angry, you look at us like we're yelling at you and we're telling you what to do. You're supposed to want to do what we want. We elected you. What we want is the reason you're here. I mean, let's be honest. We thought that you would vote the way we wanted, and we were wrong. We came here and fought it, and you backpedaled. Thank you for that. Thank you.
I don't get a vote on that.
Oh my God, here we go. Let's just pass the buck, because that's what you're good at. You don't have any control over that. You don't have any control over this. You don't know what happened back then. I shouldn't have to look at what was happening when I was 15 years old, because I'm not the one that's voting on rezoning. I'm not the one who's changing laws. I'm not the one doing ordinances. You are. So if you guys are making changes to a property, then you should be looking up the past so that I don't have to.
And again, you were bringing up a vote from 2010 when nobody was here, 16,
Sir,
like you said,
brought it up
16 years ago.
before I did.
Right, so you should be thanking me for
I should be thanking
Yeah,
you?
you should.
Oh, man. Let me get
Because you
down on
even
my
said
knees
yourself that you
ground
didn't
fuck
know,
on, God.
that you did not know about that report until we presented it to you. And you didn't know that there was a land swap.
No, I didn't know that
back
you
in
stole my
2010.
land until you
Why?
said
Because we did the
old
research.
Hogbin farm. Till you said the old Hogbin farm, because you didn't even know it's still a Hogbin's farm. You didn't even know you still took the
Staub's
Hogbin's.
piece.
Sir, you say Staub's piece one more time.
Staub's piece.
You're a fucking idiot.
All right.
You're an idiot.
All right,
You're an
okay,
idiot.
okay. We're going to stop this conversation.
Oh, I'm sorry, we can't curse because he's just so nice to everybody that we can't
Listen,
curse.
I'm stopping him as well. I'm stopping this
You're a
conversation.
disgusting
I'm
individual.
stopping this conversation.
You're a disgusting individual.
I'm stopping this
Go ahead, call the cops
conversation.
out, like I care.
The officer is right here. Would you prefer to be escorted
I
out?
mean, you called 5 out the last time when you got
I
upset.
didn't call anyone out. They acted on their own. Would you like the officer to escort you out? Or would you
No, I
like
would
to?
like an
Would you
answer.
like to have a conversation with counsel?
Yeah, if he can be an adult, because I should be
Okay.
thanking him. I should be
So-
thanking
Okay,
him for stealing
we're
my land.
going, do
I
you
should
want
be
to
thanking
proceed? Do
him.
you want to proceed?
What question are you trying to get answered that I haven't answered?
Why I should be thanking him for not knowing what happened and not knowing what land was rezoned, because you still don't know that it's the current Hogbin's Nursery, the current Stallba's land, the current Jones Nursery, and my current home.
Back in 2010.
Yeah, I lived there. Are you kidding me?
And I brought it to
My
your attention
grandmother lived
that there was a
there.
land swap.
Grandmother, Catherine Hogbin, lived on that land, and you're telling me it's not Hogbin land? It's the Stallba land? You need to do some research,
Did he
buddy.
purchase it?
Sir,
So-
John
Sorry.
Hogbin's Nursery.
Yeah.
Catherine Hogbin, Debbie Hogbin, we all live on that land. It's still Hogbin land and Hogbin's Nursery. What are you not getting through that thick head of yours?
Okay.
You know where Johnny Hogbin's Nursery is, or you ever driven that far down the pike?
We'll end the conversation.
Yeah, because you don't know your ass off a hole in the ground.
Okay.
Oh, wow. You're so fucking dumb. Dumbest man I've ever met in my life. The old Stallman, the old Hogbin.
Is there anyone else in the public that would like to speak this evening?
I would. Oh, Mark, go ahead. You've got the stuff.
Disgusting.
Good evening, council. My name is Mark Pisotsky of Williamstown. I had no plan on coming up here tonight, but the great deception. Scripture and tradition warn of a time when right will be wrong and wrong will be right, characterized by lovers of themselves and those who deny the power of God. So we live in a godless society. It's no secret. So, the data center that never should have been approved to be a data center in the first place is now no longer going to be a data center. But there's still an issue with permitted uses on Block 8401, AKA Hexa, AKA the old Cedar Creek LLC property. And it could still become a warehouse, a storage facility, a distribution center. It could even be office space for warehouse operations. And it was interesting to sit here and to hear about the greens, because the greens is like a new product that is outside of the rehabilitation redevelopment area, right? We have our professionals for the township, and they delineate a lot of Monroe Township, and then we were told that if one parcel is bad, the other 99 are bad because of statute 3, because that's what Adam and Tim told me a couple weeks ago. But there's statute 5 and 6, I think they're ignoring. There's also the gallon thin Realty versus Paulsboro 2007 that's also being ignored. And it's interesting because I've been going to the Pinelands meeting for the last couple of meetings, and I talked to Brad from the Pinelands. And you can swap out that zoning for Block 8401. You just have to find the match. And I have all the stuff that Greg gave to the Hogbins, like, I have all that information, right? I think I gave it to the planning or to Tim, but in any case, Pinelands is open for swapping it, right? And listen, I get it. Nobody was here in 2010. Nobody's going to go back and do research to 2010, because really, then you'd have to go back to the inception of Monroe Township, and you'd spend the rest of your life trying to figure it all out, back to the Squonkam Indians or something. So I understand that. But now that you know what you know, let's put some effort into seeing if we can swap back Hex's property for the 2,700 acres of residents' property, because it wasn't just the Hogmans. You have that report, you have the report, you see the names on there. The Hogmans own a lot of land, but there were other families that own a lot of land, and they got hurt just as bad in 2010. So if we can swap this, it hurts Hexa. They're taking a business risk. We don't want a warehouse distribution. And we have all these residents, and everyone on council, you should look at the list, but these residents would certainly be appreciative if their land was zoned back after 16 years.
So Mark, look, I get it. I think they got a bad deal in 2010, right? I wouldn't want
Not
my...
only them.
Hold on, I wouldn't want
You
my
interrupted
property...
me first.
I know, I wouldn't want my property devalued either, right? But I think what you're asking is to take the 2,800 acres plus or whatever they swapped out for this 180 acres or 160 acres, and I'm not sure on the exact acreage, but it's somewhere in that ballpark. They've rezoned them, then what's to stop all those property owners, right, which everybody's here talking about, that, hey, we want to preserve the land and we want to protect the land. They unprotect the 2,800 acres, protect this 160 acres, right? And then all those people then are saying, hey, our property values are back. Now we can sell, right, to a developer to come in and build a warehouse there. So, you know.
No. This is a good question, and I will give you the answer. Yes. Are you done with the question?
Yeah.
Yes. So, and I want to get it right because it is RGMU. RGMU somehow went to Hexa, but nobody else had RGMU.
Regional Growth Mixed Use is what it stands for.
But the people that traded what they have did not have regional growth mixed use. Therefore, if it goes back to what they had, they were limited already. But now, putting them in the Forestry 10 and the Forestry 40 cripples them. Because you need 40 acres to put a house, and if you have a house, that's it. You can't put a second house. If you have 9.9 acres, you can't put a house.
Right.
Right. But, so I'm not saying that these people get the RGMU and they can do whatever they want with it. We go back to what the zoning was in 2010, and it isn't like they can do whatever they want with the land. All that happened was they can't do anything with the land. So what I'm saying is, and I'm trying to learn this, and this isn't what I should be doing at this point in my life, is trying to research this stuff. And I'm not saying like, you guys should have been researching this already, because I understand that's kind of silly to think that you should have been researching this, because it's something that came up and is new. What I'm asking is, can we research it a little bit more? One thing is, and this is a serious question, very sincere, how do I, as a resident, get information? Let's say I want to have a request for the complete permitted use list for RGMU zoning district. How would Mark Pizzowski, a resident, a nobody, right, swing a hammer for a living, how is it that I can obtain this information? Because I couldn't find it on the website.
I think you and I have specifically talked about this before, and it's through an Oprah request.
An Oprah request is not necessary for zoning uses. An Oprah request would be if it has personal information about people's personal information, am I right?
That's not true, no.
So, okay, so I'm clear. And so,
Adam may be able to answer that for you.
Wait, for the record, the question. Anytime I ask for any kind of information from Monroe Township, I have to fill out an Oprah form.
No, that's not what I said. Your question was very specific. Now, there are sometimes documents that are just readily available at the clerk's office or with some member of administration that you can walk in, right, and obtain, such as specific forms or specific delineations. I can't speak as to every single document that's accessible either at the clerk's office or the zoning office. And if it is readily available on the website, you should just be able to access it there, right? The township doesn't have to.
Well, the township only goes back so much. It's like, it only goes back so many years. 2010's not on there. But I did request on April 14.
Mark, if
Okay.
Adam may have an answer for you.
When redevelopment plans are adopted, they So that coupled with, if you go on the township, you really are going to be able to search, and there should be standards in there. But those standards would have gone away, on the redevelopment plan. So the redevelopment plan now governs that site. So whatever's in that Hexa redevelopment plan from 2022, that's what governs those lots.
So everything in the past is null and void because I believe this council voted for the redevelopment plan.
The redevelopment plan would supersede that underlying zone.
And Mark, to answer your question on can there anything be done to go back to the 2010 zoning? Again, we've had a discussion with the Pinelands, and there's going to be a follow-up meeting to discuss what options the township could do to help those zoned areas that were put into that forestry, that FD 40 and FD 10 and all that.
And I believe the previous zone was actually RDC. I can go back and double check that, but that would be a commercial zone along Blackwood like that. So that can still introduce commercial uses. I know you were speaking to houses, 40 acres, 10 acres. You're right on that. That's what I'm saying. But it could also introduce commercial uses along the pipe, which to the mayor's point, that one, somebody wanted to say, heck with the strip center down here, and that land's gone because it was going commercial at that point. So it's just, again, I think there's discussions that need to be had with the Pinelands to kind of vet this out and see what our options are first. But just to be aware of kind of what the past was.
What will be right will be wrong, what will be wrong will be right, what is up is down, what's down is up. Like logic and rationale. I'm having such a hard time because we just listened to a couple of gentlemen about the greens, and they put in this basin to hold water, but Hexa property could actually have a warehouse that would be like a 5-acre retention basin, but we have released bonds, and I guess the inspections were subpar, and there's issues. And then we delineate this huge monster area of Williamstown, and we just call everything rehabilitatable and redevelopment. And I'm just having a hard time with the logic following this.
You're not the only one.
So I know the Pinelands would allow a swap. It's coming up with the swap. Yeah, and I don't know, I guess the frustration for me is to hear Adam and Tim's explanation for the rehabilitation of 2019, because it makes no sense, and it doesn't even go along with the statutes. I've contacted the state, I'm waiting to hear a response from them. I did contact Monroe Township on the 14th of this month, and I asked for, the current list of permitted uses, accessory uses, and conditional uses for the RGMU zoning district. And Adam's response is that Hexa was under the redevelopment. So does that mean all RGMU properties in Monroe Township are all under the Hexa redevelopment plan? Or is that property the only RGMU in town?
It depends. If you go back to the redevelopment plan, whatever block and lots are listed on that redevelopment plan, if all those block and lots weren't, if all the block and lots that were in the RGMU are not in that redevelopment plan, those lots would still be under RGMU. The redevelopment plan, though, does supersede the underlying zone. So whatever lots were attributed to that redevelopment plan are now subject to that redevelopment plan.
All right, so the lots that are RGMU, they're not in a redevelopment plan. For me to request that, I have to fill out an OPRA. No, I was told I have to fill out an OPRA.
It's in the township code.
Do I have to fill out an OPRA for that?
Okay. If it's readily accessible for you on the township code, it's readily accessible. You can go to E-code for the Township of Monroe, and you have access to all the ordinances
I can
and
go to
code.
what? E-code?
E-code, correct.
Because
E,
I just know this because I woke up this morning and had a bowl of Wheaties and I know
Was
this.
your
Come on,
request denied,
Sandra.
Mr. Bozatsky?
No, it's frustrating because trying to find information about what happened in the past, I have to come here, I got to fill out the OPRA, and then I get it sometimes. It shouldn't be this difficult to get simple information. I'm trying to find out what happened in 2010.
So are we.
Well, I'm trying to be diligent and vigilant, but I'm being held back.
Was your request denied?
It was ignored. I didn't get a response.
Well, was it, well, one, I haven't
This is 8
seen
days later.
this.
There's just, I got ghosted, right?
Okay. Well, there's timelines to
Answering an email.
respond to Oprah requests, if it was in fact a proper Oprah request. So I'm not aware.
Do I need an
You
Oprah
haven't-
request?
If it's readily available to you online, you don't need to do anything but look online.
No, I can't find it online, and I can't spend like 48 hours trying to find E-code on Monroe Township website. I can barely find your council agenda notes. That I had to save.
All due respect, there's literally a straight page that has the agenda, the minutes, the ordinances and resolutions. And now it's also being posted on Facebook by our clerk's office.
Okay,
So-
well, with all due respect, maybe we should not have emails for the township if our emails are going to get unanswered after 8 days, and we have to fill out an Oprah, or we have to figure out how to use your website.
Okay.
Right?
Mark, who did you email? 8 days ago, didn't know what it got back there.
The town clerk.
Did you get an email, Eileen?
I got an email, and it was forwarded,
Okay.
and
If it was zoning related, it was probably forwarded to zoning, and then,
Okay.
so it was redirected
Okay.
to the
Well,
proper
I got
department.
no response.
Well, that's why we
And
have
again,
different departments,
I
right?
don't
We
blame
have different
Eileen
departments
because-
and different expertise that do different things. So it sounds like it was rerouted to who would possibly have that information.
So who would that person
To provide to
be?
you. It would be the zoning office.
Who's the zoning officer?
You're probably looking at Amy Gallagher.
Amy?
Correct.
All right. Yes.
Just type into Monroe Township code and make sure you go South Jersey Monroe, when it pops up. Section 175, 161.3 of our code is the RDMU, Regional Growth Mixed Use District, and that will have everything that you're looking for on that title.
Do you know much about the Gallanton Realty versus Paulsboro? You didn't look into that? Yeah, but I'm not looking it up right now. I'm just trying to look at the notes that I was making as I sat here listening to. It's funny because it sounds like the Greens is only a couple years old and it needs to be under a rehabilitation plan already. And then the farm that was never built on is rehabilitation, but we're okay putting a 1.63 million square foot metal building on it. So, yes, we're not going to have a data center in town. We never should have even had that discussion to begin with, but we could still have a warehouse on that lot. So the fight's not over. I am grateful that you guys voted tonight the way you voted. I don't want to take that away. But I think we need to look into the 2010, the Pine Land swap. I'll get more information from the Pine Lands. And it is just frustrating when you want a little bit of information, because I'm not getting the information I'm requesting, and then the explanation goes against everything I read in the state statutes. So something is wrong, Adam. Something's wrong with Tim Kernan's report. Tim's been here since before 2010, and he's not here tonight. But anyway, my mouth is dry. I'm out of time. I hope you all have a good night. God bless.
I just want to say something briefly. I'll just stand here. It's Ave Getzinger, Monroe Township. Can I, instead of walking up there, I'm sorry. It really
Sure.
hurts my head. Do you want me to walk up?
Do you want us to walk it's a portable mic. We
Mark,
can
can
just
you
walk
bring
it
the
up to you.
mic, can you bring the microphone to her?
Don't worry.
No, that's fine.
I'm not going to hold. Okay.
You could sit if
Yeah,
you
you
want.
can just stick it back.
I just wanted to speak up again. I'm glad the data center's being banned, and that's the whole reason I came down here originally. But now I'm never going to not be here, because I've realized how important that is, because when we close our eyes, data centers can appear. Tonight, the only thing I want to speak up about is I don't know any of the people that live in the Greens. I also have never met personally any of the Hogbins or the Kerns or anyone like that. But I have heard over the past few meetings that I've been coming here about the data center, about them repeatedly coming up and saying this, and that's great that you guys weren't here in 2010, okay, and that it wasn't actually you. We all get that, we all knew that from the beginning. But the fact, after you say, that wasn't us, briefly, you should go from that point and go, oh my God, let me explain to you what customer service is, okay? Because that's what you guys are. You're in public service, okay? And that is customer service. And if that young woman, okay, is angry, she has every right to be. The fact that she didn't use the F word more, I give her credit for, okay? What was done to them is disgusting, and it was done without even a certified letter. They had to find out about it after the fact. That's what I've gathered from being here, okay? That's disgusting. Makes me shake, and I don't know them, okay? Mayor, you making that comment was just childish, okay? She's upset for a reason. I realize that it's not nice having someone yell at you. So many years in customer service, I get it. I've had clipboards thrown at my head and missed my eye by this much. Trust me, I get it, all right? She's a little upset, she's cursing at you. You don't need to say that back to her. She has every reason to be upset. You don't. She's throwing stuff at you, just take it. Let it bounce off of you, okay? That's why she's so aggravated. I've tried telling you this before. It's the way you deliver it, okay? It's all about the way you deliver things. You were staring at her, by the way, and I get it. You were aggravated with the way that she was behaving and everything like that, but again, have some compassion. Listen to what happened to them, okay? If she's cursing, be like, oh, yeah, I get it, because that's how I felt. What you guys were doing, no. Yeah, okay, 2010, move on from there. And the people, the Greens, those poor people, that man should not have to wonder that the head of the HOA, or the one, the little guy, he's so cute, he came up here. I've seen him come up here repeatedly and have to wait until God knows when. I've never even seen someone that old up this late unless they're, the night owls. But that's not the point. He shouldn't have to wonder. That's a 55-plus community. I don't get the point of them, but I think they go there so that they don't have to deal with problems. They got the exact opposite. They need you fighting for them. They came up, they brought it up to you once. That should be it. After you guys are made aware of a problem, you guys should be on it. And you should be notifying them, you should be giving them a call. Hey, hi, Wayne. We looked into things. We're still looking into it. Just wanted to give you a heads up. Click. That's how it should be done. Wayne shouldn't have to come here every couple of weeks and go, please help us. Please, sir, with your zoning things and the weed barriers, and I forget your name, Joe, I think. It shouldn't, you guys should just automatically be like, oh my God, we're gonna look into that. Thank you for bringing it to us. And then you should be getting on them. And as far as the Kerns go, that should have never happened to them, and I get it, you weren't here, but you guys should be like, damn, we should do everything we can, not to make it better than it is now, to give them what they had to begin with. Something was stolen from them. Stolen! There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. I don't care if you want to say this little thing, oh, well, technically the Pinelands and the blah, 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 and the redistricting and all your little words. It doesn't matter. That's just icing. That was stolen from them. And the people in the Greens, their golden years are being stolen from them. Because they have to sit around and be aggravated and think about taking pictures, and every time they walk their dogs, they can't even just be happy that they're walking their dogs. Why don't you guys look like me? Why am I upset? I didn't run for this. I'm upset. I don't know those people. You guys need to look a little upset, a little concerned. We're not seeing any of this. And then you wonder why people are getting up here and they're cursing.
So, Ms. Getzing, if I could, so since the 2 weeks that you're talking about that the HOA president come in, that's what the engineers did. They scheduled a team to go out there and do an inspection. I don't know if you saw the photograph, but there was a guy in the middle of the pond. So it's not that the council, the township is not doing anything. We are doing something, and actually, Mr. Caprio has been very complimentary on everything that's been done up until this point.
Very kind.
He's a good man, and he's been very complimentary of how everything is going. He was a little upset this evening, I'll say, because of the weed barrier, which, again, Joe just found out this evening. I thought it was 3 days ago, but that inspection was done 3 days ago by the team that went out there. Joe hasn't seen the report yet, so that will be addressed. And again, it's not that we don't care, and even with the Kerns, I said, I think they got a bad deal back in 2010. Unfortunately, we weren't here. We are working with the Pinelands now. We already discussed it on a phone call with them, and we are setting up a meeting to see what we can do to help them out. So it's not that we don't care. We're actually not against the Kerns. I think they got a bad deal back then.
You need to show them more. I was listening earlier. You don't need to repeat that. I was paying attention to every word. Believe me, I was. That's why I even know what's going on at the Greens or with the hog bins, because I was paying attention, and I intend to pay attention every single meeting that you have. I'll be here, and I'll be paying attention, okay? I'm just saying, you need to show them. If you want this to go better, you're going to have to show them that you care more, okay? You're not showing any of that. These people should be getting maybe an email, maybe, they shouldn't have to wait until they come to the next meeting. They should be getting an email, a phone call, something to let them know, hey, just touching base with you, letting you know we haven't forgotten about you, Mrs. Hogbins. We're working for you. We're here for you. We represent you. But all I see is the exact opposite. Since I've been here in all these meetings, I am seeing a lot of concern. It seems very easy for corporations to get things done. It seems very hard for citizens to get the problems addressed. They have to repeatedly come here and say stuff and say stuff. And you say, I know you're doing something with the Greens, and I'm not into that or anything, but truthfully, it's been years they're talking about, years, and they're getting timelines of seasons. And, you guys are like, well, maybe we'll see about, Joe said, maybe we'll see about getting a timeline involved. Maybe? No, definitely. There should be a timeline, and that should be for any developer that comes in here. I can't believe that there's not a strict set of rules. Maybe you should look into that so that this doesn't happen to the next people that move into the next community. Just a thought. All right, that's all for tonight. That's all I had to say. Thank you.
Stan Pizzotski, 1650 Woodland Drive, Williamstown. I came here to talk about something different, but after this, I have to say something. I'll give you my different first. I need someone to talk to the Department of Transportation or who's handling 322 from the state. In the last 8 months, I was almost killed twice. I can almost assure you someone will die at Whispering Wood Drives and 322 in the next 6 or 8 months. You have a condition existing where both cars are in the correct spot when they hit head first. And it has to be changed now. There was way too much traffic. You've got the sand pit full of condos now. You have the senior homes on each side of Fires Mill Road. You have houses going up everywhere. I am now backed up at Whispering Wood sometimes 3 or 4 to getting out on the pike.
Mr. Brzezinski, so on that, they had a target date of the end of May 30th, to have that project completed. I believe there has been another slight delay, we'll call it, on permitting from the DOT.
I'm not worried. After 4.5 years, I'm used to not getting through there. That's
I know, but the project's...
I'm talking Whispering Woods coming out on 322, where the, Whispering Woods comes out almost opposite where the sand pile.
I know what you're talking about, yep.
What happens is, if I am heading east on 322, and I'm going to make a right off of Whispering Woods, and I look and things look fairly clear, and I actually always clear the lane you're going in, which means the cars that are heading in my direction. I look that way, and then I start pulling out, and someone pulls out to pass cars because it's dotted line. And they're in the right, they had a right to pull out. They didn't know I was pulling out, I didn't know they were pulling out. Okay? So both of us are in the right. But both of us, like I have to bail out and get on the grass fast before I get killed. And I'm always surprised that, and I never came to it until in the last year it's gotten so bad because there's a lot more cars. That's why. I mean, it's just an amount of
So you're
cars.
saying it's a dotted line there at the...
Dotted line the whole
At the
way.
intersection there? At
Yeah.
Whispering Woods? I'll have to
Right,
look at
and
that.
that's
but-
the big, and Whispering Woods ties into Tall Oaks, the neighborhood, and so this is a ton of people, and nobody goes out on I've never used Fry's Mill unless I'm going to Bridgeton or Vineland. I always come out of Whispering Woods, but, you know, having two close calls, I thought to myself, I can't change it. But
So I'll find out from the state. Oh, there you go.
Online, I just looked, the last picture, it does show a dotted line.
So, Mike, I don't want to put you on the spot, but I know you're more of a traffic expert than I am.
Contact the state or the county authority who's going to review.
But would that be typical dotted there, or should that be solid line?
It should be solid because there's an intersection.
Okay.
So that they don't cross paths like Mr. Pazowski's having an issue.
Can-
I will try to make contact with DOT and try to get it corrected.
Okay.
All right, thank you. Now, what I really didn't come for, but I want to just mention, I'm an old man, about a year and a half from 80. I won't even be alive probably by the time they finish whatever the hell goes on that property. But what my son said, that right is wrong and wrong is right, really sticks in me right now. I remember my father-in-law wanted to pave his driveway in 1986, which is Lot 11, next to 8, 9, 10. And Pinelands, the guy that was going to pave it said Pinelands won't allow that. And he never got it paved. It's not paved even today. Okay? Pinelands wouldn't allow you to pave your own driveway, 40 feet long, 12 feet wide. Damage to the area. Damage. And here I am with 1,600,000 warehouse or whatever. This county, we've been, Monroe Township, look, 1726, that's 900 years we've been here. We got away 900 years without 1,600,000 square anything. We did. This is not what we're for. And what scares me about that warehouse, and I listened to what they said, I'm almost crying for them. And I remember coming into the town, the meetings back in, well, probably in the 90s. And the difference, and I'm not blaming you, most of you weren't even involved in what's going on, some of the problems here, going back to how we rezoned and we did this and all that. But the one thing I remember back then was that it was like the people up there were working for the people back here. It was like when you gave the problem, they wanted to listen to the problem and say, they weren't saying, well, because of ordinance this and because of that or this thing. They were willing to say, look, and almost like at the meeting, they would admit, we understand what you're saying, we do. And then they would go back. They would go back because your job is a job to protect the citizens of Monroe Township. Even one citizen matters to me. You know, I don't like the taxes I pay, but I don't care. Don't put things in because of the tax. I know you should do things, try to do things, yes. But first, analyze the citizens. Whatever happened to her, we got to change that. We've got to change it. Some lawyer has to get in on this and say, hey, I don't know how we let this happen, but this is a citizen of Monroe Township, 900 years, and we're going to let this happen to him? No way. No way can that happen. No way. And I don't blame you unless you don't do anything. And then the blame is on every one of you because that's what you're here for. You're to protect me and my son And them, and these guys over here, they want some protection. They don't have anywhere else to go. They couldn't even put a driveway in 1986, and today we can say, hey, roll it out, baby. You know, when Pinelands, I think all people, we should get them all fired. Everybody in Pinelands, we got to go after them because, you know, this crap with Pinelands credits, the first time I heard that was my brother-in-law. He bought a house, and he said to me, you know, I own other property. I said, you own other property? Yeah, I own 2 acres. Where? Oh, about a mile and a half from here. Why would you buy that? Well, I couldn't build my house here. They said, you got to buy like an acre and a half or whatever it was of some trees somewhere. He said, so I own them now. I said, but wait a minute. You weren't allowed to build a house here, but you can now build a house here because you own trees there. Yeah, isn't that stupid? And I said, yes. And then it really dawns on me, that opens up for a lot of payola. You imagine this, huh? Pineland credits, huh? You want to put something in? So these Pineland guys, I would love to, I'm going to even see if the state will investigate them. I really think this is crazy. You couldn't put a driveway in, but we can put in 179 acres of paved and buildings. And that's sad. And what's right is wrong, and what's wrong is right. Like I said, I remember, I never was at meetings like these where people scream. They're crying out to you. They don't know who to cry to. They're stuck. They're stuck. So someone there has to take the bull by the horns. Somebody take that bull by the horns and leave here and say, we are not going to let a citizen of a township that's been around for 900 years lose their property for whatever reason it is. Buy the damn property back and give it to them if we screwed up. But don't let this happen to a citizen of this community. It's bad. And we keep getting worse, and that's what's scary. It's like they don't have anywhere to go. In the 90s, it was different. It was different. It just was different. Well, the whole world was different, I know that. It was just a different world, but still. You're the ones I'm addressing. You work hard, I don't know, you put up with a lot, that's for sure, and you shouldn't have to. There shouldn't be all kinds of things to hide behind, or this or that, or rules that say this can be zoned that, or we can zone it this, because we want to do this. That's not what we're here for. That's not what we're here for. We're here to take care of the folks. And God bless you. May you always make the right decision, but remember, it's the people of Monroe Township that matters. It's the people. God bless you. Thank you.
Hello, Kenny Rainier, Franklinville. I had a question for John. You brought up AA about getting the approvals for the tow,
Yeah.
for getting on the tow list. I'm still trying
If
to,
there was the pictures that they were showing,
the containers,
well, that and everything else, well, I
Correct.
don't know when the pictures are from.
yes. Yeah, so,
But if there was an inspection at that time that the picture was taken, who was responsible for doing that inspection? Because if they're in violation, then it should be part of that tow list, correct?
correct. Well,
Okay.
that's what I'm trying to figure out, because he has containers. I was denied a tow list.
You were who?
Steve's. I was denied Steve's Auto, Tuckahoe Road.
Oh, Steve's Towing.
Yes,
Okay.
auto body. I was denied a towing license because I have storage containers that were there when I moved in. But for some reason, AA gets an approval and he has storage containers.
So I'm going to ask council not to respond to this. This is active litigation. So from our perspective,
I'm just trying to get an answer.
and I don't believe any violations as to anybody have been proved tonight. So,
No, because we don't know when the pictures are from.
Correct.
The
Okay.
pictures could be 10 years old. They're
Yeah.
not timestamped.
Well, I'm just,
The pictures, they were January 18th of 2026.
okay, well, he still has them. I mean, the pictures, they're there. And I can't find nothing that, permits him from using them. So I'm just siding with them, you know, when they were asking about his approvals, and you said that he would have went through an inspection. Well, the inspection's nothing more than the zoning officer's opinion and doing a drive-by or an inspection, if they even did AAs, because I can't get an answer for that as well. So that was a question I had. If can't answer it, then I understand.
Look, our attorney says I can't answer it, I can't answer it.
Okay, I'm just trying to get some answers then. Thank you.
Linda Sullivan, Williamstown. I actually wasn't going to speak tonight, but I'm agreeing with all of these people here. I've just started coming to these meetings. I wanted to make sure I followed through with the data center, which I have some questions. But I'm at a point now where I feel like I need to come just to keep an eye on what's going on in Monroe. I never wanted to be in this position. I'm retired. I wanted to enjoy everything. I didn't come here to keep an eye on what's going on in Williamstown. And I feel like we all feel like we don't trust any of you, honestly. The first meeting I came to, we talked that we couldn't do anything about the data centers, all the laws, and we got the zoning, it's a done deal, but we stood here anyway and fought and tried to tell you, like, you guys need to do your homework. You need to find out what's going on. How can you approve and change zoning on stuff you have no knowledge about? But anyway, going through all that, we got the banning. But I do want to ask, you said something saying about redevelopment. I'm so tired of this rehab and redevelopment. I actually looked into it. Looks like it's state. You have to go to the state for changing all that terminology. I'm not sure if I'm true, because again, I'm not educated in law or zoning, but I'm educating myself because I'm getting a little upset with the double standards and the talking out two sides of the mouth all the time. But you said something that upset me. You said something about the zoning, just because, I don't even know if I'm saying this right, but because it's under Hexa development, because it's under redevelopment or rehabilitation, that they don't have to follow the zoning laws, that they can change that. Isn't that what you just said?
The redevelopment plan, correct.
Oh, the redevelopment plan.
The redevelopment plan, not the, so there's two separate, the area need, when we talk about area need, that's something separate. Once the area need is established, rehabilitation or redevelopment, then council can adopt a redevelopment plan. You're correct, that redevelopment plan sets zoning standards for.
In the redevelopment plan.
In the area that's stipulated on the
Okay.
redevelopment plan. So if there's a couple block of lots on the cover of that redevelopment plan, that's where those zoning standards apply.
So they don't have to, so we could be changing our zoning, the township could be changing the zoning, but because Hexa development plan is already under a redevelopment or rehabilitation, that they follow just those, they don't have to follow these new zoning, they follow their zoning for their plan? That's what that's what you said.
Right, what's in the plan?
What's in the plan? So us banning these data center or even with warehouses?
No.
Do they follow?
No.
Because we removed it from the redevelopment plan.
From the Hexa, that other 20, whatever,
Yes.
16 or, I
It's
don't know.
taken out of that plan specifically, and then the other ordinance banned it from all, it said redevelopment areas, zoning areas.
So the data set, because when you said that, my jaw, I couldn't believe what I was hearing. I'm like, they can go, because nothing I've learned, that if you're a realtor and you come in and you want to do something in Monroe Township, you don't have to follow any rules. You can go around the door, out in the back door, a roundabout way, and get whatever you want, okay? And that's what scares me with the data center, okay, and needing to ban it and all. And I don't mean, I'm not yelling at you. It's just, this is just how I talk. I'm raised, I'm 1 of 7, and I raised 4 boys, and this is just how I get heard. I want to be here to follow it through. I feel, and all we were told is all the regulations, Mr. Canan, the 10 pages of how we're going to protect ourselves against the data center that you guys thought was a great idea. You know, that was the first 10 pages. We knew there was more pages and more pages afterwards to protect us from that. I don't even know where I'm going with this, because when I come here, I'm very relaxed. I was like, oh man, we're going to go forward with that. And I get more and more frustrated and upset every time I'm here, because we were told, don't worry about regulations. You got the you even told me last week, and it's bothered me, not last week, the last meeting. It bothered me, because when I was talking about the warehouse, and maybe just get stipulations and specifications, so we don't have big warehouses. Other cities, other towns can do it. Philadelphia can do it, and nobody's building over William Penn for years and years and years. And there was growth, and Chicago was being built and all this, but nobody could build in Philadelphia because they had zoning laws with Williams Penn. I know we can do this, okay? But you told me that the warehouse, because of the rules and regulations, it's better for the water, for our aquifer coming off of the warehouse than it is the farmlands because of the pesticides and stuff, which, like I said, most of the farmlands around here are mostly tree farms, apple orchards. They're not, and more and more, everything's more organic. And I'm like, did he really actually say that to me? That we should trust the rules and regulations that you guys set forth to protect us. But yet when we come in here and I sit here every damn meeting so far, the poor Greens, I don't know them, like you said, I don't know them, but my heart melts for these people. I'm like, oh my God. I looked it up. They're like $400,000, $500,000 homes, 55 and older. Are you kidding me? And nobody can help them. No, these are the rules and regulations that you're saying. It's like the rules and regulations and laws will protect us, but these people are coming up, where's the rules and regulations to protect us, and what's going on with them right now, and none of you can help them. It's so double, I don't trust the data center. I think you're gonna sneak it in somehow. Honestly, we talk about it. That's why I'm worried when you said about the zoning. I'm like, did he just say that? Like, no matter what we do, you're still going to put that big warehouse in, and you're still going to, like, it doesn't matter what the community's saying.
Just to clarify, like I said, it's been taken out of the redevelopment plan specifically.
Okay, well, you know how, this is how upset we are, because these are people that there's active problems that you guys can't even help them with. You know?
If there was ever a change, that ordinance would actually need to be repealed by council if there was ever to be a change. But that's,
I didn't know what the master plan was when I said I didn't see anything. What we always talk about, we're following our zoning and this and that with the master plan. I actually looked it up, and it's like a couple hundred pages. I was actually gonna print it, and I was like, whoa, I'm not printing this. I just started looking through, and I'm not educated. I'm in healthcare. I didn't get educated in this. But one of the things it says is goal 4. This is our master plan, goal 4. It's, make sure, direct growth to areas where infrastructure capacity is currently available or planned. And objective, to carefully consider the costs and benefits of any utility extension to ensure that such extension promotes, I don't know, this is the existing development, if I got the right one. Empower the community through the use of redevelopment to establish realistic market-driven and financially feasible development and redevelopment. Seek rehabilitation of existing properties where possible. So even in our thing, we're talking about rehab, but yet there's a problem with that definition. And I know you all know there's a big problem with the definition of rehab and redevelopment. It's a problem not only in Monroe Township. It's not only a problem in New Jersey, because when I've been doing my research along with everybody else, Virginia, Texas, Michigan, you look, guess what their problem with is? Their township councils, small township councils that we elect you guys in, they come and look for farmland, and everything follows under redevelopment and rehabilitation. It's all farmland. And these big multi-billion-dollar companies, whether data, warehouses, whatever, get realtors come in, and they don't want to rehab and redevelop properties. That costs them money. They don't even want to fix the greens because it costs them money, and these developers. It falls under this rehab because there's loopholes in this redevelopment and rehabilitation that they're allowed to come in and rehab and redevelop farmland mountains in Luzerne County, where my grandparents are from, because it costs nothing. They don't have to rehab or refurbish anything. They go on soil never been touched by a shovel, never has seen a bulldozer, and they come in and they cut down all our forests, and they're putting in these mega data centers or warehouses, whatever you want to say it is. And it shouldn't be under the rehab or redevelopment. That should be changed. And I looked up to see how to change it, and it can't even be done at our council level. It looks like it has to be state. Am I correct?
There's a very involved process that doesn't
It looks
just
like it all,
include
because
council.
I actually copied all the state. Like I said, I'm trying to educate myself on, so when I come up here, I'm not acting like just somebody who's just very upset and just a stupid Monroe Township resident. There's really big problems with this redevelopment and rehabilitation. That whole terminology needs to be changed. And then again, when you're saying rehab and that they don't even have to follow the zoning, that it falls under their own things unless we change it. Like if we banned the data centers, had we not banned that, if we hadn't changed the Hexa development, that data center could still go into the Hexa development, is what you're kind of saying to me.
Yeah, I mean, the ban.
Yes.
The ban has language in it, though. The ordinance ban that was put on record has language in it that would even take over those redevelopment plans as well. So it covers everything. We can't duplicate it by, we took it out of Hexa specifically.
Thank God, after everything, since I've been here, I feel like nobody's really using their noggins, or at least you express to us, like you just don't know. When people come up with the thing, nobody knows what's going on. And not for nothing, but if somebody came and inspected those basins, even if it was 3 days, even if it was yesterday, and there was a meeting today, and you knew these people were coming, wouldn't you call, even if you weren't there, I'm not picking on you, sir, but if you weren't there personally, and you had your employees or whoever, I would have been like, yo, Joe, yo, Dave, so what happened today? Because I'm going to a meeting tomorrow, and I'd like to know what's going on before these people come up, so I don't have no answers for these people, because they deserve answers. After all of this, they deserve answers, not, well, I wasn't there, I have to talk to my people, because that's all they're hearing, is that, you probably heard me commenting back there, like, well, go to another person. Even when he came up, you said the same thing. Well, he's trying to figure, just not even a direct answer. I was dealing with my 13-year-old granddaughter asking where this bag of clothes came from, and I kept getting this, I said, could you just answer? She goes, I went through all my drawers, and why did I spend 30 minutes here asking you, that's how I feel, it feels. I had a lot of stuff to do today, and I came just to see it through the data center. I thought, oh man, I'm going to be in and out. And I feel compelled to come up here and talk and say something, because this is so, I thought this was going to be a nice process to watch, and this is, and I don't mean to just look at you all, you just happen to be someone I'm looking at, I'm not.
That's fine, I'll take the blame, I draft the ordinances, so.
As a resident of Monroe Township, it is very frustrating to come up here. Not only, it took a lot for me to come up and talk the first time, because this is something I don't do. I'm not in politics. This is not something I want. This is something I do vote. I read the agendas, and I vote for what's pertaining at the time, and who I want voted in. And I understand, I don't get it. And now, and I feel like everybody else, I think I'm pretty much speaking for everybody, and I hope they don't get offended, but we don't trust any of yous. We don't trust any of yous. And it's a shame, because we elected yous in to take care of us, to take care of all the citizens. And I know you believe in your heart that you are, but that's not what you're conveying to these people. I'm worried. I want to see the data center. I'm a little upset with some of the wording, like why we didn't have more about the pinelands. I have an ordinance thing there about how it affects us, so that the pinelands would be more apt to sign off on it. So I hope they sign off on it.
If we hear otherwise from the Pinelands, the public will be the first to know. But we have no indication that the Pinelands has an issue with the proposed ordinances.
Because of the environment, the aquifer, I don't understand why we didn't have something like, whereas it's established that overdevelopment, urbanization, or overuse of environmental resources impact subterranean aquifers and the quality of drinking and other water resources and poses a substantial strain on the community water resources, and whereas the governing body is conscious of the hazards, like, I don't know why any of that, nothing was in any of that to help, because it has to go to the Pinelands, because the Pinelands being so, and if there's this, I forget what, this ordinance was from one of the towns in New Jersey, and this is.
Our ordinance, in my opinion, and again, I'm the one who drafted the ordinance, right, prohibits data centers based on specific reasons to Monroe. I have no indication.
I read it, believe me, over and over, and I'm like, you know what, they're hitting all the spots, they're hitting, and where I didn't think so, even at the end, it states it, I'm like, okay, it looks like everything's covered, but I'm just wondering why. It's like, even whereas cutting and removal of trees has been found to cause and create increased soil erosion and dust, instability and deterioration. Like, I don't know why, because that's all the stuff that we, as the community, are worried about. We're worried about the environment, the soil, the water, everything, but none of that was brought up, although it does encase it. I just hope it goes through, but if not, then maybe we need to put more of this stuff in.
Again, and if you want to give me that, that ordinance that you're referring to, I have zero indication that the Pinelands is going to decline the ordinances prohibiting data centers, whether it be on the redevelopment plan. If I do get any sort of indication, again, council will obviously be notified, and the public will be notified accordingly, and will work to make any recommended changes as soon as possible. I think I can speak for council. If we have to call a special meeting, we'll call a special meeting outside of our regular council meetings to rectify anything. Not, again, that I have any indication that anything needs to be rectified. I want to be abundantly clear on that.
It's why I'm up here all the time, is because I've learned, I did trust until I was like, oh, maybe they just don't realize what's going on. And I really, honestly, at the first meeting, it was like, they don't know what data centers are all about. You just didn't know anything about the data centers or what, which I don't understand, because I understand why Virginia has so many data centers in Texas, because they were bamboozled into it before it was even known, back in 2020, 2022. But why we can go on here and just Google and you guys weren't aware of all the implications, or why you would need at least 10 pages of how to protect this with an 8-foot wall, which doesn't even make sense, because Vineland has an 8-foot wall, and it looks like it's about a foot compared to the first phase of the data center down there. I was scared at what you said, because I'm like, there it is. The back, slipping out the back door, or whatever you want to say. So I'm going to hold your word to it, that there's no data center being put in that, and I do want some kind of specifications for warehouses, because I think we need it. I mean, we don't support the warehouses, and honestly, if they don't let them fill up down where they're already standing empty for years and years and years. I know it can be done. I want to see it, where it's put into some kind of ordinance or zoning, that if they build it, especially if the Hexa development plan is still there, that we put specifications on what, and even in our own master plan, it talks about wildlife and the corridors and protecting all that, and that's right there. I don't understand how that went through in the first place, because it totally that land, even being saying okay to Hexa, yeah, sure, where else they say, should never have done that, because it's against our master plan. I didn't read all 300, but I read enough to going over. I'm like, this is what it says, and it mentions the redevelopment and all too, and some of the wording in the master plan is vague, and that worries me that they can slip through with that.
So let me just generally address some of the points that you brought up, Ms. Sullivan and Ms. Gitzinger, because I think they're somewhat complementary, right? And again, I speak on behalf of council, and anybody can correct me, but they hear you because they authorize me as counsel, sorry, not the right word, as solicitor, to draft and review ordinances and do the research necessary.
Let me
So even though-
thank you, I do want to, thank you guys for hearing us the first night when we were all here, even though we were blamed for not coming to, and stopping it beforehand, and, you know, nobody showed up, but we did show up, and I was like, they're not, because of the responses, when I left, I'm like, they're not going to, even though you said and you took it all, I'm like, they're not going to do anything, because we're getting blamed, we're getting blamed, but you did listen, they did allow you to put the, and I do appreciate, I just want to make sure it follows through, and I'll be here.
Right, and today was the second reading, which means that as soon as we hear from the Pinelands, 20 days, it goes into effect. That's the law, right? So that is the law. Again, generally, there are just processes and things that can take more time than others, right? And I do hear you, it was mentioned at the first meeting that there are specific regulations and things that we have to be made aware of that could potentially prohibit us from prohibiting data centers, right? But then again, council authorized the research, the additional time, what needed to be done. They said, do what needs to be done, right? Because we're listening to our residents, and we want this prohibition in place. And that's why we have the two-parters, right, of the redevelopment plan amendments for Hexa specifically, and also the general ordinance prohibiting data centers. And I know there's other things on the horizon that...
Thank you for doing the Hexa and also doing it with the band.
And I'm just...
Needed it.
And I'm just trying to explain, I know Ms. Getzinger has brought up detention centers. That's on our radar, I promise. Just because we're not actively speaking about it, there's a lot that goes on behind the scenes at all hours of all the days, right? Our clerk here, for example, their office handles Oprah. There's an immense amount of requests, and that's why we have departments, right? And we try to track things through the appropriate departments, because we understand what's coming out of these council meetings, but I think there also needs to be an understanding that there's just general administration outside of also what comes of these council meetings, and then there's processes in place to deal with both, right? We meet every approximately 2 weeks, right? A lot of times, had you asked me 3 years ago, right, is that enough time to put together all these ordinances every 2 weeks and do all this research and whatnot? I would have said, no, these are very complex, right? We need to make sure, but we're refining these processes, right? Because council's saying, no, this is absolute priority, we need to get on this as soon as possible, figure it out, right? Because we're listening to our residents, and we're trying to implement things in timely fashions and have protections in place for the residents, right? So, again, they hear you. Because they tell us to act based on what they're hearing.
Not to be disrespectful in any way, but honestly, if you had done your homework to begin with and looked up a data center and looked up the different things, we wouldn't have to be up here demanding you guys to, hello, open your eyes. The zoning never would have been changed to attract the data centers. It wouldn't have been going through. We wouldn't have been accused as a community for not showing up to other council meetings in the first place and allowing us to get this far. We got blamed for it to being this far.
Ms. Sullivan, if I could comment on that, right, because you keep saying it. You're not getting blamed for not showing up, right?
Oh, yes, we did.
You didn't. The explanation was rewinding of how this all began, And when council adopted the ordinance back in March of '25,
I know all the dates and all, I've been here.
right?
I've
But
been here.
no, March of '25, when you weren't here, and we're not blaming you for not being here.
I'm
What
not-
we were saying is people were coming in and expressing that, how can you vote on something when the people don't want it? Well, at the time, back in March of
But that's not what I
'25, let me
said.
finish. Back in March of '25, when the council voted to permit a data center use, there was no members from the public that were opposing it. Now, we're not blaming the public, right? But we're just stating the fact of how it happened. When January 8th came, and people received the notice that were within 200 feet of the property, that there was an application for a warehouse, that's the first time that the people came to speak up, and it turned into the data center conversation. Immediately following that is when we started taking action, because we said, look, the people don't want this, we have to do more research on this project. And that's what happened. Now, unfortunately, government takes some time, and there's a lot of processes that have to happen in between that, between planning board, between the research, between passing first reading, second reading, all that all takes time. We did it in a matter of a little over 3 months. So nobody's blaming you. We were just stating that when this went into effect, when the change was made, nobody voiced any concerns otherwise. So council did not have any information from any residents saying, hey, we oppose this.
That's because the residents were not notified of it to even begin with, and you guys should have had our best interests.
That's not even what
We should have to look.
Ms. Getzinger, the laws dictate who gets notified and when they get notified.
But
In that
I wasn't even
change,
talking about
in that change,
My whole
there's
thing, I wasn't
no
even going there.
law that says that every resident has to be notified. If we did that,
Is if you did your...
Okay, everybody talking over each other is not helping.
I was talking.
Yes,
If you-
go ahead.
All I said was if you did your due diligence, and you knew about you stated that you didn't want the warehouses on that property, and that because of all the reasons why none of us want the warehouses. It was the same reason. And the data center looked better to you guys, and of course it looks good on paper, because you weren't aware of it. You didn't do your homework on that. It is so obvious to all of us, because when we came in, and I said it that night, it looked like we knew more than you guys. It frightened me. I told you, it frightened me. Everything I was finding out about data centers, and it frightened me, because I'm like, oh my God, there's a whole council and a mayor that doesn't even know what they're changing zoning for. That's how we all felt. Whether it's true, real, or not, that's how we felt. And you listened, and you heard us, and you changed, and we told it was process. Well, let me tell you, thank you for moving quickly on this, because I also stayed last time. Whoa, slow down, do a moratorium first, and do it right the right way. If you put a pause, did I not say put a pause on it for like 6 months even, just so you can get the whatever legal jargon correct, so we don't get slipped through the back door and all. This is another thing. I'm like, I didn't know I had to worry about this, but now I'm finding all this new stuff I have to worry about. That's all I'm saying. Had you guys done your due diligence and looked into everything, us as citizens, we elect you and trust you that you'd have Williamstown and following the master plan, which says it protects our waterways, our wildlife. Read it. I found it. Read it, guys. It's supposed to do all that, which putting a warehouse in a data center and all does not protect us at all. It doesn't follow the master plan. And those are your words. This is where I learned all this jargon and verbiage is from you guys. And I feel like you're dishing it out to us, but you guys aren't following it yourselves. And then I feel bad for these people. You're talking about, well, the rules, the regulations, we got all this in place to protect you. But yet we have problems here in Monroe that you can't even help the citizens. And these seem much simpler than what you guys were proposing to build. Do you not see the insanity in this? The infrastructure you guys were proposing to build it's so monstrous and gigantic. It's a Goliath compared to these broken sidewalks, curbs, slanted 50, I mean, I feel horrible for these people. The storm drains. And you can't help this. This is a simple solution. This is only 2 years in. This should be fixed. They shouldn't even have to be arguing about it. They shouldn't even have to have all this stacks of information to give to you. Anyway, I'm glad we're going through with the data center. I'm just letting you know, I'm going to be here. I don't want to come up all the time, but I just, you guys frustrate me, and I feel like I have to come up here and speak. But just make sure and I'm looking forward to getting specifications on warehouses and not having them here in Monroe, and we need to protect. I know we have to build. I know we have to build low-income housing. I'm not against the building. Matter of fact, I'd like to see more businesses come in to lower our taxes. We need to somehow get businesses in here. And where, I don't know. But that's, I'm done. Thank you.
I'm sorry, I can't not get up. I just heard Mayor Wolf say that we weren't here in March when you decided to vote for a data center, but if we were here, you would have not voted that way. So if your judgment is to go the route of a data center, that's terrifying. But sitting here, I'm thinking, and my mom whispers to me, the summer of 2024, we're on the beach and we find out there's this Hexa thing. So we get off the beach, we drive to Williamstown, we take showers, we come to the meeting, and then I'm told, Joe Marino, Pat, and Greg, I don't have to worry about this Hexa thing. It'll never happen. Right? Don't worry about it.
Long way to go, we said.
Long way to go.
2 years. That's correct, 2 years.
You guys made it clear it would never happen, nothing will ever
did
get
not
built.
say it would never happen. I said you're years away from anything happening, is what I said. Don't put
I have
words in
it-
my mouth, Mark, because I know what I said to you. Thank you.
No, I'm not
I
trying to
know.
put words in your mouth. I don't have the
Just
best
did.
memory. I don't have the best memory. I know that we talked, I know Joe was there, and you guys assured us not to worry. Didn't you tell me not to worry?
Yeah.
Told me not to
Absolutely.
worry.
You said it's a ways off, there's no plans. There's
There were no
nothing.
plans, and
There's no
after
plans.
that,
You are correct, 2 years ago.
and then after
is
that,
correct.
right, then,
When your parents were there, it was us sitting out in the lobby, right there.
so after that day, you guys voted for a use of a data center on that property?
That day,
No, after that day, afterwards,
a year
come
later,
March, when the residents didn't show up,
a year later.
in the wisdom of the council, they decided to make data center, a permitted use, correct?
They added the ability, that is correct.
Who's they?
This council, everyone on this council, allowed to add the use to the redevelopment zone. Keep me all honest, everyone.
Is there anyone on this council that thinks that wasn't a good idea
So,
back
well,
then, or is it?
I'm going to say, so,
Go ahead.
listen, I'm probably, and Mark, you know my professional experience. And I just want everyone to hear this because I think it's valid, and I'm not making excuses for anyone on here. The Vineland Data Center has truly put eyes all across New Jersey with the data center, right? And rightfully so. When we, and I will speak for everyone up here, because everyone voted to allow it, a year ago, and I go back to the news, I challenge anyone to go back. A year ago, when we allowed to open the use so that Hexa could shop it, like everything else, they're a developer, show me an article in New Jersey. I challenge you nicely. You know I know each other a long time. Challenge me to show me a video, a article, during the time in which this council allowed the use to be. It has blown up. And let's listen, look it up. Data center has blown up nationally. You will not find a single state across this country that isn't in the same situation where they're saying, oh my God, we got all this going on. It has blown up in the past year, clearly. Why isn't it blown up? There's 600, I said it before, there's 600 data centers in Texas. There's 400 and some odd in Virginia. They're everywhere, but they're proliferating, no doubt. So what I'm trying to say is, when we approved this a year ago, everyone, it wasn't a, we didn't know. You are correct. I will play ignorant because it wasn't anything big. It was data storage, it was this, it was that. Then Vineland came, the noise, the videos, the news, and then you all came to us. We backtracked.
We educated ourselves and agreed with you.
So I'm not going to defend.
Agree on something that you knew nothing about. If someone came to you and said, hey, could we put in, I know I'm speaking out of turn, I'm sorry, real quick, if someone came to you and said, can I have a hitchamabob on my property? And you guys are all going to vote on it. You obviously don't know what a hitchamabob is because I just made up the word. Wouldn't you have to look into what a hitchamabob was before you approved to say that it was okay to put it on the land? You guys all said just now that you approved a data center when you didn't know
We approved the
if it was
use, ma'am.
dangerous or not.
We approved add the use for that developer to see if they can find. No, I'm not saying anything about changing zoning. We allowed the use under the redevelopment plan, which before was warehousing.
Right, but you didn't know if it was dangerous or not, and you approved it anyway. You shouldn't approve something if you don't know
Fair.
that. You need to research before you vote. It is completely irresponsible.
So-
In your position, elected position.
So, Ms.
Vote on something that you know nothing about.
So, Ms. Getzing, I wouldn't say that council, when they voted, and this township as a whole, didn't know anything about data centers, right? There was research done by professionals that do not see an issue with a data center use in that zone, right? And part of the discussions that I recall were less impact on traffic, things like that. Now, we could sit here and argue the pros and cons, but again, to what Councilman O'Reilly is saying, is that since this has been a bigger spotlight now, and they are evolving quickly, and people are learning more and more about them, then decisions have been made to retract, and that's exactly what happened.
All these dangers people were aware of these dangers before you guys voted. The information was out there. You just didn't look it up.
And you still don't take any accountability.
And who was the person who told you?
Didn't look it up, we listened to you.
Yeah. You know what? Just be honest. Exactly. Own up to it. Yo, our bad. We should have.
Yeah.
Every single person said that. There's no accountability.
Don't, at least Joe is kind of being open. You did. You kind of put the noose around everybody's neck, but yeah, you said you guys didn't know, and then once we brought it up to you, then you guys went.
I'm not punting the accountability. The accountability is on this council, okay? Right? We made the decision at the time. We backtracked.
Oh, I'm sorry. You mean Patrick.
No, that's fine. I assumed it because you were looking at me.
No, that's Joe, right?
I think that these women and all of us were saying is, please be careful whatever comes down the line to make sure that you know and have information on anything that may be detrimental or that you may think, I don't think this is a good thing for our town. I don't think that people will like it. So, okay, it's already done. You don't have that coming now, and that's a wonderful thing. But don't let the next thing that may come up for you not to investigate it. I think that is what they're.
Fair enough. Understood.
To know that you're going to look into things.
Well, make no mistake about it.
Yeah, make no mistake, this won't happen again here in Monroe Township, not as long as we're sitting here on council. We don't want you guys to have to come do this for us, and we understand.
But you're more than welcome to continue.
Yeah.
Coming. That wasn't a disinvite from.
No, it wasn't a disinvite. You didn't take it that way. Yeah, you know you didn't.
That's fair.
And it's probably going to take some time.
And if you have any comments on ordinances, please, make sure that they go for first reading, right? We have public comment. If you have sample ordinances, if you have certain issues, I open it up to council all the time. some have comments, some don't, but if you, as members of the public, have specific instances in what's being drafted, please make that known. Make that part of the record, make that known as part of the direction that you'd like council to go, because, listen, I mentioned it before, you don't know what you don't know, right? And I literally research for a living, so.
I just have 6 real quick questions for 6 council people. Mrs. Fox, Ms. Fox, can I get feedback on the ordinance I drafted? It was named the Beaver Ordinance. Can you give me feedback on it? What you thought? Yeah.
Can I cut in real quick? Because this was, it's an ordinance, so it goes through the ordinance committee chair first and the council president.
So they don't have a copy of it yet?
No.
No?
A copy has not been circulated, but discussions have been had, and there's 3 people up here who can speak to it if you want to discuss, because discussions have been had on you're talking about the 3,000 feet.
Buffer.
Buffer,
Okay.
correct. Preliminary research is being conducted on that. There's been some comparison to DEP standards and just concerns with where we're getting specific footage and guidelines. So it's being looked into. It's more so on my plate with preliminary knowledge to the ordinance chair, Mr. Heverly, and council president, Ms. Adams.
Okay.
So, but it certainly is on my plate.
Don't compromise. All right, thank you.
In the master plan that already says about waterway and wildlife?
There is,
There's a buffer?
correct, there are buffers in place. The proposed ordinance,
I knew I read something.
right, there's, depending on the locations, it's 150, 300, and 500, depending on specific parameters, and those are NJDEP standards, right? And I understand the proposal is to significantly increase those, but we have to look at our mapping and make sure that we're not making arbitrary and capricious, which is basically non-based decisions. We can't just like come up with a number, and I can appreciate the 3,000, we can have offline discussions onto where you got that number from, but
It is a doable number.
I'm not sure it is in our township.
Not in our township?
Based on some mapping and demographics, but we could certainly, absolutely,
You got it, Mr. Brzezowski.
we have some maps and we can, that's information that we have, so you can, feel free to email me directly, and then we can, don't leave without getting my business card, and then you'll have that
Stanley
information.
Pizzotski. How many trucks did we estimate in this thing that you were talking about, the traffic going through our streets daily? What are the daily trucks? 100? 200?
For what?
You said we had to look at the traffic, it's going to be there, so we know how many. I ran a warehouse, a warehouse was in my area of responsibility. It wasn't this large. It was like a 300,000 one. But I'm looking at the drawing, and what I see there is we could look at roughly over 250 trucks, and then you say to yourself, well, with automation, with the automation we have in warehouse, and I had automation all the way back in 2000. I mean, I had robots pick stuff, went on belts that knew what truck to go to by the computers. Today, it's twice as fast. They sheet wrap the whole pallet. The pallet's on an 18-wheeler is at the door, 3 hours, and it's stuffed. That's fast. So from all the bays I counted, I come up with 400 trucks a day. But then I say to myself, wait a minute, that's the 400 they packed. 400 had to get there. So that's 800 of these things on our roads. This is the worst place to have a warehouse. And we weren't going to ever have the warehouse. But we didn't know how bad I didn't know how bad. First I want to go back to how I was, this is important, what they talked about. They mailed my letter December like 22nd when the mail was all bad. The guy, when I got the letter, when I called and I said, listen, I need this to be reviewed, I don't have time to look it over. Well, let me see. Oh, no, sir, there's only 9 days left. We can't help you. I said, well, why? Well, we can't change the council meetings. I said, but I don't have enough notice. 9 days. And she said, well, you should have had 10 days. Well, if I had 10, I only have 9 now while I'm looking at it. No, we can't change. You can't take it off the docket for someone that's adversely affected. You can't just say, can we table this and discuss it? Well, no, sir, you should have called before 10 days. That must be fixed. See, today, we fix these things. We fix what happened to them. We don't keep this going on. And I don't want us to be surprised when these warehouses come. They do cause problems, believe me. This is no area for a warehouse. That's why there's none here. But it is a great area for a data center, because if you go 1 mile on 322 west, you'll see high-tension lines. And they could hop off them and have their substations filling the juice. And they have water under the ground. Trucks don't want to be there. I remember the Hexa guy said, well, this is a great area for trucks, easy access. It's not easy. You have to be a moron to want that warehouse. Okay? You want a warehouse, you see Logan? Huh? Why? You got Turnpike right there. You got Walt Whitman right there. You got 295 right there. You got so much right there, and you can grab it so fast, it's unbelievable. These trucks here, they're going to have to get to either 55, the Jersey Turnpike, Walt Whitman. They're not even going to be able to get through. God, I can't even get through Washington Township. If I were to look at this site for a warehouse, I would fire the real estate guy that found it. I would call him over and I'd say, look, we've worked together for a while, but you're terminated. This is your last day. This is terrible. And he said, when we can get to the Parkway. Oh, that's a great deal for a warehouse. Yeah, let's drive 40-some miles of diesel gas to get to the Parkway to go to nobody. They're all shores. And you know how many people live in Brigantine? There's 13,000 people living there right now. Yeah, in the summer, there's 30,000. What's he going to do on the Parkway? You going to take it up to New York? No, you got to try to get on the Turnpike for that. There's nothing here logistically to have. I could see a small warehouse. I could see a warehouse of, I don't know, no larger than a 200,000 square footer that supplies us here or something. That would be about it. And even that would be stupid. But to put 1,600,000 square foot warehouse in the middle of, and also, how many here, raise your hand, please, how many know that there is a ban on getting, on zoning farmland, where all townships are to keep as much farmland as possible? Nobody. Okay, look up Gloucester County and you'll see there was an issuance from Gloucester County that we're losing too much farmland. And the county is requesting the townships and all, please keep the farmland. We can't afford to keep losing farmland. Gloucester County told you that. So, and I'll tell you what, those trucks do a lot of damage to the roads. Where my house was, like I said, it was great. I mean, I had the Pennsylvania Turnpike. I could jump across onto the Jersey Turnpike. My trucks could be, they were in action fast. And nobody in their right mind would ever want a huge warehouse in Williamstown, New Jersey, if they really know anything. And I just want you to know that ahead of time. The egress and the everything about it's wrong. What are they going to do? Go up 322 at the Geets Light and try to get onto the... And they don't like tolls, by the way. They don't like tolls. That gets expensive for them with tractor trailers. So how are they going to get to 55? Do we have any land? Mark talked about trade-off. From the air, I see lots of trees in spots. Maybe we could easily trade it off by finding, but Hexa isn't going to want it if it doesn't have high power. High power matters to them. They got to have some high power lines nearby. They'll run them for a mile or so. So this is the perfect hex spot, but it's not the perfect warehouse spot, really isn't. And like I said, the amount of trucks, as fast as they can pack them, you go look at the drawing and count the docks, and you think if every dock has a truck, and then if every dock fills, they could actually fill 3 trucks a day if they wanted. I mean, it's that automated to put a whole semi out, but 2 a day they could definitely do. Now, if some guy wants that warehouse, but he only wants to run 50 trucks from it, he's an idiot. Nobody would want a warehouse that big with all those docks and only handle 100 trucks. That would be 200 a day, 100 in, 100 out. Why would you have a huge place all vacant for 200 trucks? So keep that in mind as you talk about this warehouse, that it's a problem. But more importantly, keep in mind to fix what's wrong. For me to get a notice at Christmas, after Christmas, by the time it got to me, okay? But for me to get a December 22nd notice or December 20th, whatever it was, and I call up and they say, I guess it was December 22nd, but I'm not sure. I'd have to, and they say, oh, no, sir, you didn't call in time. I said, what do you mean call in time? I just got it. No, it's 9 days away. 9 days. Something that's been going on from 2010 here, and then 2000 something else, and 2022. Someone that's heavily involved, other people too. We didn't get notices back then. From now on, we eliminate that. When we get close to doing something, we make sure, maybe if we're going to mail things out at Christmas, we should ban that. That gets banned. You can't do it.
Hold on, Mr. Brown. Is that a state requirement or a township, by the way?
Notice requirements are typically state requirements.
So this is a state, the 10-day,
Correct.
listen, I'm saying
10-day.
that because I
So
understand exactly what you're saying.
It's the state municipal land use laws. I just so you know, I did speak to some of our state legislatures to find out, right, because obviously in this whole scenario, when the redevelopment plan was changed, there is no requirement to notify by mail. So I did talk to some of our state legislators to see if they could start researching to see if they could pass state legislation. So not just on an application that comes into the planning board, like you're talking about on the January 8th meeting, you got the notice in late December, but can they create state legislation to start notifying people when townships or municipalities are going to move to a redevelopment plan or a rehabilitation plan, because I think maybe that law would be more helpful to everybody if people in that certain area were notified so they can attend those meetings as well. And then we would have had the attendance back in March of 25 when the redevelopment plan changed. Residents would have been notified by mail if there's state legislation. So I'm trying to push some state legislators to kind of look into that and maybe create a state law.
State legislation, is it 10 days is ours? Is there notice?
I would have to check on it, on the 10-day thing.
Couldn't Monroe Township override it? Let's say they're 10 days. Couldn't you guys say, hey, look, 14 days, let the mail might get stuck. 14 days isn't giving these people that much to look into something.
Honestly, I'd have to check on that specific regulation, that specific notice requirement. And obviously, I can't speak to who you spoke to at the time who said meetings can't be moved,
Okay.
but what I could venture to think may have happened is that there are timelines for certain applications to be heard based on also state law, right? The municipal land use law. So if the notification wasn't provided pursuant to the first state law, it impacts other timelines, and that also can't be changed because it's like this domino trickling effect. So I just wanted to provide some insight that it's
But like I'm saying,
it's different things at
there's
play.
always going to be an excuse, and not that you're making it, not that. It's just that there's always something going on. If the state does this and this and this, well, then you take the ball now. You take the ball, and you talk to the people you have to talk to, the state, like you said, and you say, hey, many of my constituents have been pissed off because of the lack of knowing what's going on. When I first heard it, I just couldn't believe it. I heard it, I guess, it might have been around that time. It might have been right when I got the thing, but someone else told me what it was. I wasn't sure what was going on. And he said, but this, it's going to be a huge, and I'm like, what? It shouldn't happen. And you guys have that control. You're powerful. You have some power here. I mean, you were put in these positions for that. We should never have what happened to her, or me, or him, or anybody in here. When we leave here, even though you're tired, you've got to all take your notes and say, how do we prevent this from happening to the citizens? That's the fix is important. I don't want you shocked about this huge warehouse, but let me tell you, my 300,000 one was enough to handle, but you get 1,600,000 with that many doors, and you're not going to get a guy who's not going to want to fill them with trucks if it's distribution. That's why I say you're really never going to get that, by the way. And what you're going to have an empty building sitting there for a long time if they build it.
Mr.
Then you're going to have to
To your point, and I said this at the last council meeting, I was speaking to another developer who's been around for many, many years in southern New Jersey, and we were talking about something unrelated to the Hexa project, but, I brought it up, the Hexa project, and he agrees with you that there will never be a warehouse that goes in that location because he describes it as a trucker's nightmare. They're not going to want to drive 40 minutes. And he said there's 2 warehouses in Logan Township, I believe, or Swedesboro, that exactly what you said are 2 minutes from the New Jersey Turnpike, 2 minutes from I-295, 5 minutes over the bridge to I-95, which stretches up and down the East Coast. So, he doesn't believe there will ever be a warehouse in this location either, just because of logistics.
Logistics are terrible. They really are. Like I said,
To be honest with you, there's still no tenant, and they've been marketing this place warehousing since, I guess, 2022 or 23-ish. But the whole property's been marketed. We're going back all the way to 2010, and neither developer that has owned it, I don't know if there's 2 or 3 developers that have owned it over this past 16 years, but none of them have been able to attract anybody to that location.
I'll tell you what it's perfect for, farming. It was used that way before. Okay, I thank all of you. It's a long day. Remember, you walk out of here and look for the fix. You can't go back and change certain things that happened, but we can make sure going forward. And look close before you put this 60-foot high, 1,600,000 square foot obstacle out there, and no one wants it. Oh, by the way, did anyone ever hear of SpaceX? No, okay. Well, SpaceX, just for your info, this is a quickie. SpaceX, it'll be out this week on the IPO. SpaceX is the new data center, and it's going to be in the sky. They're already making huge missiles. This is going on right now. They're going to put thousands and thousands of satellites up there. They don't have to worry about cool. It's nice and cold, okay? They don't have to worry about cooling them with water, and they have solar panels, and they're in the sun. So the data centers of the future are going to be floating around us, and they're actually making them right now. They're making large rockets to hold thousands of these units that they're putting up. But you might want to look it up, SpaceX, and he's going to take over. SpaceX is going to take over the data centers since they can't come up with a way to handle the water and electric problem. So he'll be doing that. Anyway, thank you for your time.
They're contemplating putting them in the oceans at the bottom. Two extremes. In space, the problem with space, it's too far away for the speed. So that's what he's got to overcome, the distance. Remember, this whole data center is how fast your cell phone is, how fast your computer is.
He's a guy that reuses.
Oh, listen, if he can...
We couldn't make a missile that we could bring home, and he brings his missiles back. He seems to be doing the impossible always.
That's true.
How y'all doing? I'm Mike Malachi. I'm a local resident here. I'm a small business owner too as well. First thing I want to say is, by the grace of God, we're all here today. And, there's a lot of patience that everyone in this room has to have right now. I've been watching these meetings. You guys are up to the wee hours. I think Greg's falling asleep. What are you doing there, Greg? Mr. Mayor, I'm sorry. You know, I want to say that, and everybody out here to come out, you know, I'm a firm believer that God seats us where he seats us in life. And for whatever reason, he, you know, sat us all to be together. We're having so much community involvement now. You know, so by certain things we look as being a hindrance and God puts obstacles in our way, look at all this beautiful community involvement that we have now. And I think it's wonderful. I love that. I know, Mr. Mark, I know I was listening, so I was watching, I'm sitting at home tonight, and I put on my YouTube channel, and I'm watching him give a speech, and he says, I don't think that, you know, we don't talk about God enough. And what I want to say is that I think we're talking about God a lot more. I mean, I think you made me a confession, by the way, because I'm sitting here one night, I'm watching on the television, and he says that he should be at church in the Feast of the Immaculate Conception. I missed a holiday application, I had to go to confession to cleanse, because us Catholics, we believe that you got to be all cleansed to receive communion, or I think you'll burn and sizzle, something like that, right, Stan? So, you know, but I think, I love that we're talking more about God in here. And, you know, Councilman Heverly, I know that you're a very deeply, deeply religious person. I know that. And I think one day, and I love the opening prayers that you do and everything, I think one day, it would be great to probably have Mr. Mark lead an opening prayer before a council meeting. I think that would be wonderful, something maybe the two of you can talk about, okay? I want to talk about, we had the honor of the Bishop of Camden, a bishop of our diocese was in our parish here, at St. Mary's, Our Lady of Peace, to give at 12 o'clock Easter Mass. That was a big thing for the township, for the Bishop of Camden to come down. We had 51 people convert over to the Catholic faith, you know, accept Jesus Christ in their lives. And that was a big thing. I'd love to see when things like this happen, a lot of representation from our local leaders at these things. I think it's important. Whether no matter what religion you are, I think that's important to respect a position like that and to being informed when these things happen. That being said, I want to get a little bit to the business. I do like how we're putting God a lot first in this in here. And the other thing I want to say is, listen, I've talked about this before. Before I felt like I was the only person in the world that felt this way, and I don't feel that way anymore. I feel like I don't care if my taxes go up higher. I don't want a lot of new construction in here. I don't want to see a lot of new homes. I don't want to see these, I don't want to see whether it's, I don't want to see a warehouse. I don't want to see as much because, you know, I grew up in Washington Township where you can't go 5 feet without hitting a traffic light. And it's such a pain in the rear end to go and drive through there. When I drive through there right now, I mean, you guys, you come from Philadelphia and you drive, when you hit the light in Williamstown by the Walmart, you know, in Turnersville, it's like, wow, it's freedom. And up until then, it takes you a half hour to get to that point. From where the Atlantic City Expressway starts, they're doing construction that's going to go on forever, right? And then you hit Williamstown and it's clear. And I think what you have to do is, we talk a lot, I think what you're lacking here is communication with the residents. Because I think you're assuming too much without asking the residents in a realistic way to give them an opportunity to respond how they feel. And I think you have to ask the residents and point it out to them. Listen, if we go and we fight everything, and I understand where administration can be, I understand, I've been in politics long enough, and I understand all this, that if we don't let commercial ratables come in, it's going to increase the tax base. And if we go and fight everything, it's going to go up and up. Now, we have over in Franklin Township where you can't get zoning to put a birdhouse in your backyard. And I don't know what's right or what's wrong, but I know I like driving through Franklin Township. And I know I'm knowing that I'm starting to like driving through Williamstown less. And that's why I moved here. So I wouldn't have the congestion and the cloud. So don't feel everything's all about property taxes. There's a lot of us in here. I think there's a lot of us back there that would really accept the fact that our taxes are going to go up a little bit. I think we would. And maybe I'm wrong. But the thing is, you guys got to ask. You guys have to ask people. And then see what they say and let them take your direction. Because you're here because of us. I know a lot of people in the back, they think that we have less power and you have the power. We really do have the power. And when it comes time to vote in November, that's when you're going to feel the power that people have. Right? And you got to ask people, what do they want, and then follow by what their wishes are. You know, the second thing is, I think one thing we're not really understanding is, I don't know if you're getting this or not, because I'm not feeling it. And I wouldn't have I wouldn't have got dressed again, got out here if I felt like this. You need to have better communication. I need to stop hearing we follow the law. Because sometimes the law just doesn't go far enough, right? The law says we got to give X number notice. The law says we got to post something in a public record. Right, Councilperson Adams? It says that, right? But it doesn't mean that's where we stop. Doesn't mean that's where we stop, and it doesn't mean that's where you stop being informed. You know, I'm going to tell you something. I follow Councilman Valentine. I see a lot of his posts on Facebook. And the one thing I want to tell you is, I've become more informed because the stuff that he's posting now. Listen, I don't agree with all your positions, Councilman Valentine, but I don't agree with all theirs either, right? But what I will tell you is, I know exactly how he feels about something. Whether I agree with it or not, I know how he feels, and I see the post going up. And what I think was we should take a lead, kind of like what the state does. So if the state puts out there you'll know that right in the referendum or whatever that we go and vote on. The state says, here's the position for, here's the position after. Or this is what it means. I think you have to have a way to be able to see, because a lot of stuff what you put up is like gobbledygook to us. We're not attorneys. We have a great attorney. You seem like you do a wonderful job, and you're a very nice person and very well informed.
I wouldn't go that far.
But maybe we could have her, when we go and post stuff, maybe we could have what this actually means in layman's terms. Right? I think we need that. And I think and the other thing I think is we need better communication. We can't just trust in the public record. There's a lot of us that would like some we're in 2026, email communication, things going back and forth, just something in the sunshine or whatever you do with it, right? It's just, you're not keeping people informed, number one. And number two, I want to tell you, you're not keeping the business owners informed, because I'm a business here. I was never invited to the Arts and Crafts Festival by here. If I don't see it in a random thing, I haven't gotten a thing in the mail. You know what I get in the mail? Every time you want to send me a darn bill. That's what I get. You want to send me a bill? Boom, you know who the heck I am. That's who you know who I am. Somebody wants a donation, they know who I am. Right? But you don't know who I am when you're having on Main Street the ability for me to go and to do your which by the way, I think, where's Rossi at? He's not here tonight? I'll break his balls later on. You know, when you're doing your Main Street, the music on Main Street,
Melodies on Main.
and you're doing Melodies on Main, there you go. And you're doing the other stuff, right? You know what I would love to have? I'd love to have a darn newsletter that comes out to me that says, hey, you want to go and be a vendor here? You want to go do something there? I'd talk about forever. And please don't put it on EDC. This is on you guys. Please don't put it on a volunteer, unpaid board to communicate these things with me. I've been telling you for years, it's time to fix it or I will. And I'll put my money behind it if I need to. But it's going to be fixed. And there's going to be a better way of communication. Okay, so with the way that's happening right now, where you see some random thing, that's wrong. You should be here, existing business owners should have prime opportunity. And another thing too, when you're going out for bids and quotes, you should have a way to communicate this to existing business owners. It is an embarrassment of the lack of the amount of professional businesses that you have in this township, and the lack of professionals that you have that are being entertained to bid this stuff. And please, don't give me again, don't ever give me, you post it in the public record. You should really be doing outreach to get more of your local business involved in things. You're going out for a quote on paper clips, you're going whatever it might be. You should be doing stuff to get your local businesses involved. You got to be doing that. Because if we don't want to bring in all these new businesses, you got to make sure the existing ones stay alive, right? You got to. What do you call it? Special way to inform about the quotes. I like the YouTube channel. I got to sandwich something nice in there. That's what they taught me when in the Rutgers training course when I used to coach the little kids in soccer. You got to do the sandwich approach, right? So I like the YouTube channel. I really do. Sometimes it gives me agita, but I like the YouTube channel. Whoever came up with that idea that gets this administration, whoever it is that did that, I really do like the YouTube channel. It's keeping people a lot more informed. It's beyond time that the township building open 5 days a week. And don't tell me there's a cost savings, because if you tell me there's a cost savings, there's a CPA with 7 CPAs behind me, and then we'll go through a whole blown, you want to talk about open requests and everything else like that, there's no cost savings to have this township done. If not, you're paying more money because you're giving personnel time to be off extra time. And it's not a service to the client, to the residents of this township to have this building not open 5 days a week. It's beyond time. It should be open 5 days a week all the time. Something else I want to say is, I was listening earlier, Mr. Marquette said he had sent out an email, it took 8 days later a response. And then he said, I went to the zoning office, and they mentioned an employee's name in there and said, oh, it must have went with them. That's not the zoning office head, right, that you had mentioned, right?
I don't know what Amy's exact title is. I mentioned she would have that information. She also
Right,
she
but
also
who's your
works
head
with
of
the
zoning?
planning
Your head of
board.
zoning is someone different, right?
Well, I'm combining zoning and planning board, right? Because they work closely together.
But your head of
but-
zoning is someone different, right?
Board and the zoning office are different. Zoning board is not, and the zoning officer is not on the zoning board.
Correct.
But you had mentioned, unless maybe I was delirious, you had mentioned that it went to zoning, that's where the email went to last time, am I remembering that correctly?
Because it was
or-
a zoning question.
Zoning question.
Yes.
So it went to this head and zoning. So we still don't know where this thing is at, right?
It's-
But what I want to tell you is you need another person to lead your zoning department. That person is terrible. And that person costing you business.
Okay.
And that person's got to go.
I was speaking specifically to what Mr. Pizzatski was requesting, so I was indicating to him who I believe would have that information. I don't know Amy's exact title right now, right? But I know she would have the information that he is seeking, most likely. That's why I
I'm only
mentioned
saying that
Amy.
because you
So-
had mentioned zoning and the head in the zoning, and that's what I'm just referring to.
There's zoning
The
and
last
there's
thing
the
I got to
planning
say
board.
is, for those of us with ODD, I need a favor from this business administrator over here. We're all watching this on YouTube land, and we're sitting here. Can you identify the most ODD person that you have in this entire building? And put them down here with somebody from maintenance, and center those pictures right there. Because every single time we're watching, they're not centered, and they are driving me nuts. So, Mr. Business Administrator, if you can, I know you got a lot of important things when you leave here today. But the first thing when you get in here tomorrow morning, if you can get them centered, I think we would all. Thank you, everybody, for your time. I'm going to go home and go to sleep because I'm crotchety. You're very always hard. I like your demeanor. You must be so calm in life. So, everybody, have a great day. Thank you so much. God bless you all.
Thanks, Mike.
I'm sorry, I have one more thing to say, Linda from Williamstown. And why you weren't really notified is because it falls under the redevelopment and rehabilitation clauses. The redevelopment loophole, zoning or by ordinance, not by public process. Under New Jersey law, municipalities can designate areas as being in need of redevelopment or rehabilitation and adopt redevelopment plans that function as zoning overlays. These plans can permit uses such as warehouses and data centers that would otherwise be prohibited. Critically, residents within 200 feet are not notified when a redevelopment plan is adopted or amended. That level of notice is only required later when a specific group or a specific project application is filed. Hence, when I was scared when I read this, and we kept saying, well, the application isn't filed, but the zoning and all was changed without any notifications to residents because it falls under the redevelopment rehabilitation. They get around all the zoning. All the laws that are there to protect us in Monroe Township, it falls under this. So, hence why I asked him when he was talking about the zoning and superseding, yeah, it scared the shit out of me because it says it here. And it says residents within 200 feet are not notified when a redevelopment plan is adopted or amended. The level of notice is only required later when a specific project application is filed. By then, officials often claim that the public is too late to object because the zoning rules have already been changed. And when I walked into the first meeting, that's exactly what all of you were relaying to all of us. So, and again, why we weren't is because it falls under this redevelopment and rehabilitation, and that needs to be changed. And I don't know how to go about it, and I think, like I said, it's the state level, but that's and this is the problem that's not only in this state, but on all the states, Virginia. None of these people were notified. And guess what? These are multi-billion, this is Microsoft, Google. These guys are up against, we're up against. And that's why the first time I was telling my sons, I'm going because I want to try to see if we can stop this data center. They're like, there ain't no way in hell they're gonna ever ban it or whatever, this and that. But it's because this is what they do. They don't, the rehabilitation and redevelopment was to correct blight places that needed rehabilitation, not farmland and our forests, and chop it all down so they don't, but they're getting around it. So they don't have to put multi-billion, probably trillion-dollar industries, okay? And they go under the disguise of warehouses, they set, because they can do warehouse, and then they slip the data center, and that's what they did to Vineland. And anyway, that's, I just wanted to say that, and I'm sure you're all aware of that I'm not telling you anything you don't know.
Tell you one thing, that first meeting, Ms. Stampzowski, that first meeting, I brought that up. And I said, how can this be, you know, redevelopment? And I listed the laws on it, and then someone says, well, we have 12 exemptions to that. And they said there was one that...
Oh, not exemption.
There was like somewhere that was an exemption. That was the first meeting.
Okay.
I mentioned that nobody...
This is a big problem.
Gotta
And this
get
is
rid of
why
exemptions.
you guys are in the state, or we as a town are in the state that we are, is because of all the legalities and these loopholes. It's crazy. It's crazy. I'm learning so much. It's just crazy. But why, and then it didn't matter, because they already changed the zoning before we could even come in. I'm just thankful that...
Is there anyone, I'm sorry, Ms. Sullivan, are you-
That's right.
you're slowly walking away. Is there anyone else wishing to speak this evening? Public portion? Okay. May I have a motion to close public portion?
Second.
All in favor? Any opposed? Motion for adjournment?
Motion.
Second, I need a second. Meeting adjourned.